And hear you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. We are back for chapter 91. We are entering our golden years. And before we get started tonight, let's go ahead and introduce our players.
Commit.
That's already gone.
Okay.
Go ahead, Angie.
Hi, everyone. I'm Angie. They, them pronouns. I play Zio Marino. He, they pronouns. And you can find me at Agonethetic on the internet. And yeah, keep an eye out in the next few days, next week, next Saturday for an announcement. There's already been a little.
I saw a mysterious post.
A tease.
Mysterious post, a little tease. Yeah.
Some otherworldly hands have taken control of the Tales Archive.
We're dragging you. Yeah, we're dragging you all down.
It's the way that like the hands looked like smoke on it.
Mm-hmm.
It was very cool.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled. Thank you, Angie.
Yeah, keep them peeled.
Lou.
Hi. I'm Lou.
Hi.
I play Dolores. We both use she, her pronouns. You can find me at Lucelia _ or _art on Blue Sky and most social medias, and at GalaxyCon in Columbus, December 6th through the 8th. Come see me. Say hi.
Why come?
Buy art or something. Why come?
Why come?
Hell yeah, brother. David!
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is David. My pronouns are he, him, and I play Whistle. Also he, him pronouns. I don't think Whistle can. I play Whistle.
Whistle is canonically 80 years old.
Yeah, right? Give or take.
That was the last thing you told me.
No, I think he was like 50.
I think he doesn't know too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. We'll work it out. I play Whistle. I also, yeah. Not after a while, maybe. Does he rust? You can catch me on Tales Archived and a few other projects coming up soon. And then you can also catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions as the game master of some Pathfinder 2nd Edition games.
Games, yes.
That's, I think, everything.
That's everything. Thank you, David, and thank you for picking up the bit. We appreciate you.
Got you.
Got you. Button.
Hello, my name is Button. My pronouns are they, them, so are Echinacea Bell Roses. They are my character in this campaign. You can find me in the new year in a piratey heist, playing not a character with this voice, and when I'm not here, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions in the Unearthed Inheritance campaign and the New World Rebellion campaign. That's it.
You know what you sounded like? You sounded like the SNL announcer person.
Thank you.
And live from New York, it's Saturday night.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
It's a mix of the SNL guy and Bernie Sanders.
Oh God, that's true.
That's a powerful
And also
combo.
So much caucasity. I'm done. That's me.
A ghost from Christmas Carol.
Ooh,
Yeah.
whoa. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. Find me all over the internet. Sales Archive and the Archivist. Productions.
Oh.
Got it.
You heard all that?
Yeah.
All right. Hell yeah, brother. Gonna be real. It was a long and rough one last week, boys. Listen, there's no other way to put it. It was a long and difficult combat. The entire session, this is a nightmare for any GM doing a recap of an entire session of combat. So I'm not going to do that. We're just going to give the highlights here. The party made their way in and combat was had. All right. So we're picking up. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. Combat started pretty good with the party sort of forming a very well-lined defense, but given the speed and preparedness of the opposition, the two parties clashed pretty hard and pretty quickly. With Death Ward being cast, a couple people dropped, Echinacea being the individual to die first, but they casted with their contingency, revivified on themselves, the Echinacea of the past leaning down to help themselves up, as this is the first time anybody's ever revivified themselves in any of my campaigns. That shit fucking ripped. But then they were moved off to the spectator booth. Zio was brutally murdered by Tobias, cut down viciously, and was revivified by Echinacea up top. And we made our way down as Dolores wiped the entire party down and out, killing Tobias, killing the monk Toddy, and killing the rogue. We're kind of above table. Warren was knocked out, was removed from the fight. We're just hand waving it. Whatever, it's fine. So, because you don't do death saves on non-lethal knockouts.
I mean, he was KO'd and no one brought him back up, so it makes sense that he was just out of the fight.
He was
right?
just out. Yep. But Dolores finishing the bout with her morphic armament shifting into long and dangerous claws as she slit the throat of the Wings of Westgate, Antigo, the Spellblade rogue of the opposition. Io went and saw both Echinacea and Zio quite visibly horrified amongst the others as they aided their party members still in the fight. Hey guys, it was bad. Anything you guys want to add? A lot happened over the course of that 5 hours. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of hitting, a lot of haste, a lot of rules that I got wrong. But that happens.
Now we know. Echinacea got to see that because they revivified Zio the first and second time, they got to see that the place where Zio goes changed, which is interesting.
It is now the elemental plane of air.
Yeah.
All right. Guys, for everybody being a phenomenal sport last time, everybody gets to start with a free inspiration point this week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're kind.
Well, guys, Angie just said that. Go back and watch last week's episode.
Cruel to be kind.
You're so nice. Alec, please. Alec, please.
Dad, please.
So we pick up actually with Whistle and Dolores as you guys are making your way up to the viewing / revivification booth where your party members currently are. Dolores, you know pretty clearly that that's where people get paid out. So any money that's coming to your team, who by nature of you being the one who is victorious, everybody's going to get their winnings. Anything said between you two as you're moving up? Nobody's around you. I say you guys are it's pretty private right now.
Yeah. I think Whistle is. I'm going to throw the ball off to you here, Lou. I'll say Whistle is obviously not looking at you or talking to you. Like I think there's some clear judgment on Whistle's part that's not hard to pick up on.
He doesn't notice at first. She's checking in with her body, readjusting her breastplate, putting her hair back up, wiping blood off of her hands. Just almost how you see equestrians or like race car drivers come from like a very high adrenaline thing. They're just checking in with their body. Like it's like a pit crew internal check-in, jaws clenched. You can hear the loud clack down the tunnel that we're probably walking it out of, the gladiatorial kind of funnel of her heeled, like metal-toed boots. And there's a long pause as she's checking in, thinking, and says, "Why didn't you take the kill? It was yours. Do you pity me?"
Depends. Is this what you want? To be a killer for sport?
Dolores stops, looks you up and down, And you're not?
No. I was a killer. For killing's sake. There was no profit for what I did. And I left it behind.
For what?
A brighter future.
He's gonna look at your hands. I think that I imagine they're probably still a little bit of staining. You know, we're just kind of walking down the hall, and he's gonna say,
Try all you like. If you keep this up, they'll never be clean.
Glad I can be part of your brighter future, Whistle. Seems to lead you in a squeaky clean little place. And she walks ahead of you.
The door opens on the left side wall as Dolores and Whistle, you both see Milo pop out. Milo looks pretty energized is the way. There's not like excitement, right? There's a lot of analyzing happening in this moment. Dolores, we got some things to go over. Since your victory, we've gotten some words from potential sponsors and some pretty exciting opportunities that I think you might want to look at.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And you, Whistle. I heard it was a hell of a performance.
The audience didn't seem to think so.
The audience are a bunch of hungry assholes.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, if you want some opportunities, I'm a manager.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Well, if you change your mind, come see me. And he'll kind of look at you, Dolores, and just, we should go talk about this now. All right. You head off. And we'll pause here. Whistle, you're still making your way up. We'll check in with Zio and Echinacea. You guys see as Warren is sort of putting himself together, putting armor back on. Antigo has already been brought up and has already been revivified. It's just like, oh, shit. Ugh. Hefty new scar across the throat, thanks to Dolores. Kind of trails down like the cheekbone just right across into the opposite collarbone. Stands up, and it's... Well, I'll let you guys tell me how you feel about it, but he gets up and he quickly sort of like... Almost like you do at the end of a play, offers a bit of a curtsy to the both of you. Hello, I am Antigo. The Wings of Westgate. It is good for a proper introduction to be given. You two put on a hell of a show.
Are your wings gonna grow back?
Oh, they're fine. You can see they're bandaged up. They're healing. They will be fine.
Echinacea has been staring down at the field, and I think they stared at the arena until the two corpses of the people who didn't wish to be revived were taken away.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll turn when Zio asks about the wings. Would you like assistance? Would you like healing? Would you like...
Oh, well, they already healed me, but if you're offering more, what do you charge?
No charge.
No charge? It is not how things are run around here. Well,
we're not from around here, so...
That much is obvious. Well, how about I owe you a favor?
You wanna owe me a favor?
Absolutely.
I don't understand this place. And Echinacea will start treating his wounds, but I think they're looking distractedly around toward the door. I think just waiting for Whistle. Yeah.
You can go ahead and roll the healing and administer that. I'd say probably 2 to 3 minutes into that, Whistle enters the room, and we'll say the three of you are reunited. Zio, for you, Io is pretty non-verbal at this point. Not like a shocked, stunned silence. She just has nothing to say, right? Like she is just there's nothing to say.
I think with Whistle coming in, is Dolores coming in as well?
Dolores is not following Whistle at this point, no.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, Zio has stayed close to Io, and giving her the space, but also not leaving her side. And then just making very minor conversation with Antigo and Warren. Also just very much like, how does a tiefling get wings?
I was born with mine.
I've never met another tiefling like you then.
Then you have not met a lot of tieflings, my friend. There are plenty around here with wings. I think it is a particular level of the nine hells that we come from. We are gifted the benefits of our progenitors.
But nine hells, but tieflings are born from the mountain.
The fuck are you talking about?
From Mother's Hearth. What are you talking about? Tieflings?
You may come from the mountain. My great-great-great-grandmother made a pact with the devil. My parents are both human, and I am the result. A striking young man.
Very striking.
Curtsies again.
I've never heard of that. From where I'm from, we learned that tieflings are born from the volcano Mother's Hearth. But I see that's different here too.
Both are allowed to exist, yes? You could be a tiefling born from the volcano. I can be a tiefling born of the love nectar of a ancient devil.
That was certainly a way to put it. Wow. Wow. Echinacea rolled a 30 on their medicine check,
so
by the way.
You're going to roll the 3d8 healing on that then?
No, it is 2d8 plus double your proficiency bonus.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
I think Echinacea finishes up bandaging Antigo, and as someone with wings, I think they just help, like, with that process, understanding the anatomy of the wings. I think that they just help, like, splint it up. And as Whistle comes in, they're like, "That should do it!" And then they sprint and throw their arms around Whistle and just hold him tight.
Whistle's gonna do a tight one-armed hug. And turn from the two of you, Echinacea and Zio. You're all right then. Good.
Are you hurt?
Nothing I won't walk off. I would say...
Yeah, what's the number?
Whistle is 76 out of 113.
Okay,
but with 14 temp.
That's actually, hey, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
As they're holding you tight, even though Whistle's being very cool as always, about having been hurt, Echinacea will just instinctively, not even intentionally, let their healing hands do the work. And there's this glow and this heat between Echinacea and Whistle that feels like the merging of phoenix fire with the heat of a forge, and you heal for 15 points.
Ooh, thank you.
Antigo does step up to you, Whistle. Once the hug is like naturally kind of ended, just thank you for the very kind offer. I sorry to have refused it. I was just confused by it.
Yeah. Looks like it's a bit of a foreign concept, I guess, around here.
Well, the fights are to the death. If I did not die, my reputation, my honor here goes down. If I were to skirt out of the tenets of a fight, they wouldn't be so willing to ask me back for another. And then, well, I wouldn't be getting what I come here for.
How many times
What
have
do
you
you-
died?
Here? 7.
Wow.
Antigo.
That is my name.
Warren, what about you?
This is only my second time. Not sure I'm raring to come back. Every bone in his body is cracking. He's like, ugh.
Do you okay? May I help you?
I'm all set, Doc. You helped me enough. Thank you. And plus, we're gonna meet to talk about the Shadow Friend stuff, right?
Yes, please.
You want to talk about that here?
Mm.
Or so? She's like, no, they don't. No, they do not.
I'll make that choice for them. Can we leave?
Where's Dolores?
Making a deal. I guess they're looking to join your ranks and die over and over again.
Dolores is a woman with a lot of debt. That does not surprise me. And, well, when you have the name of a city on your back, he sort of gestures to himself. There's a lot of wealth to go around. A lot of people to help.
Who are you helping?
Westgate. It is a community completely underserved by the crown. And please.
That's why you fight here?
That is why I fight. I make enough money to get food, to help rebuild structures that are defunct, to give back to my community. And that is yet another reason why I did not accept your offer. They just would not be willing to take me if I didn't fight
Who's
clean.
they? What do you mean?
Well, there's Milo, but Milo is a teddy bear in comparison to the head of this ring. The heads. It's more akin to a hydra in that way. There are 4 families that operate these, help fund these fighting rings. Crime families within Ulkes. And they like to line their pockets, they don't like to give back. And you have to do it, fight in this way, I mean, in the way that they choose, honorably. If it's a fight to the death, you must die. Or you must kill.
Ironic that you let yourself be subjected to their interpretation of honor.
You do what you can to make the most amount of money to help those in need. I am not a liege lord. I do not have a good occupation to give me money to supplement the lives of hundreds, thousands. I do what I can for my people. And I know that they would do the same for me.
We're in that balcony kind of overlooking the arena, right?
Yep.
Are there any sort of like VIP box seats or anything around
Ooh.
this arena?
Give me an investigation check.
Sure thing.
And then Zio, Echinacea, anything you guys are up to at this point. And then given the roll here. We'll pop back to Dolores.
That is a 14 plus 11 for 25.
Yeah, you see lining. You see two particular. It's such a crude example, but like in Pokemon games where they're like the two opposing, like essentially box seats. That's what you see. They're at the top layer. They're these big, like glass domed areas where it's something akin to like what you get at, say, Brewer Stadium, right? You rent out a room, people bring in food, you're able to watch the game, but it's isolated, it's secluded, and you can only get in if you are given access.
Okay. Can I see anybody in there? Anybody hanging out in them?
As of right now, the fights, you see a group of people leaving, but like you see their backs more than anything. You're not able to, even with the 25, like everybody's leaving the event. It's over.
Yeah, they're all walking out.
So you're not really catching any like distinguishable features here.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, that's Whistle.
Okay.
The only thing, Zio listens to Antigo speak and then particularly hangs on to what he says about community, and then just kind of internalizes that for a moment.
Okay.
And just keeps it.
Kind of holds that close.
Okay. Yes.
In complete opposition to the way that Zio is processing in this moment, Echinacea is putting away any potential reflection upon like their death and what has occurred here, what they are struggling with here, and they are going to hyper focus on a problem.
Yeah.
So while Zio internalizes, they will externalize. Is there any I don't pretend to be able to solve your problems, but if there is anything a wizard can do for Westgate, if it means that you could put off fighting here again, I would like to help, please.
He sort of twirls some of the jewels on their lapel and just, given the winter seasons, we are in need of food. Are you able to produce food? And
not this second, but tomorrow I could.
And you seem to be an apt healer. Our doctors would need help. Maybe I can show you around Westgate.
I can do that as well. Yes, I am a doctor.
Perfect. Tomorrow then, yes? You said, well, whenever works for you. You just said I can only do that tomorrow, but...
Yeah, I just mean I can't do it right this second. And, yes. Where do I find you?
You can usually find me at the Rook's Rest in Westgate. That is a failing bar that I own. Because of course.
Oh. Thank you.
Of course. And we'll kind of pause here for now. We'll go back to Dolores. As Dolores, you head into Milo's office, which you know to be the kitchen. And you see standing there, arms crossed, big smile on her face, Sophia. There's a killer in you yet. I knew you could do it. I knew you had it in you. You put on a hell of a show.
You know it wasn't me. Only reason I'm alive, brought back, is because of those people I just met.
Yeah, the three cowards that couldn't pull the trigger? You did what they couldn't do.
Deed's done. What's next?
Why do you got that face on your face?
Sophia.
Dolores, you just won 100K in the matter of an hour.
I'm still in debt.
Fucking look at the glass half full for a fucking minute. You're less in debt than you were before.
Sure.
And look, you see Milo has put on his invisible set of headphones. He is not listening to this conversation, and he is like rifling through paperwork. Sophia points to him, and he's got deals for you. Things that are going to make sure that you're not in debt any longer. Isn't that what you wanted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you saw me out there. It's a fucking...
You had a bad night. Everybody has a bad night.
Poison myself.
So you got to deal with wild magic. So fucking what?
How the fuck do I fix it? It keeps on holding me back. I could be so much better.
Find yourself a fucking expert on Feywild bleeds. It was Angie, David, and Button going.
She's like, fuck that.
Because then, you know what? Maybe they can take it out of you. I don't know. I can't. What do you want? What do you want me to do?
Your mic, Alec.
It got yelled, so it got quiet. It's fine. It'll pick back up. It's okay. So what do you want to do, Dolores? Do you want to hear these deals?
I want you to ask me before you ever change one of my fights.
We already said that. We already had that conversation. I agreed to it. But I would love to hear a thank you, Sophia.
How about you just take what I owe you from that pile of winnings, and we'll call it even.
That would defeat the purpose of you no longer being in debt. Where are you staying tonight?
You?
Me?
Yeah, that was 20?
You don't owe me anything. Call it even.
That's not true.
Call it even after me doing something fucked up and signing you up for this fight, okay? Call it even.
Milo.
Am I okay to listen now?
Are you the witness to this deal? Could you be?
I am the witness. He looks at Sophia like, am I? She just nods. Yeah.
All right.
I bear witness to this deal. It's even. Now, Dolores. We got some big potential contracts.
Let's hear it.
One of them's from the Thimmelt family in Valenrow.
All right. What are you laughing at?
One of them's from the Thimmelt family. They're having some masquerade here over the... What?
Sorry.
Stop yelling.
They're all like... Okay.
They're having some sort of masquerade ball in like 2 or 3 months. And they're paying you $50K advance.
Advance?
To show up, to perform, and to put on a show like you did tonight. The matriarch was in the audience tonight.
What do you mean by a show like tonight?
A fight. I highly doubt they're going to want you killing somebody in their house. If they did, that'd be some eyed-wise shut kind of shit. Thank you, David.
Masquerades get freaky.
Masquerades do sometimes get freaky. Sophia's like, I know that's right. So that's one. So it'll be another 100K. You'll get 50 in advance.
All right.
Next one's a tournament. It'll be hosted here. And the winner gets 200K. But the stakes go up as the roster lessens. It'll start off non-lethal, final fights to the death. But it's 3 tiers of combat. Starts with 16 contestants. By the end of it, 1 winner.
When is it?
That's sooner, probably in the next couple of weeks.
You said 200? Okay.
200. Because you got to fight a couple times.
Right.
It's dangerous. It's Definitely high risk, high reward. You're not going to be able to rest. You got to preserve your kit. You go from one fight to the other. And obviously, sponsors can, they can purchase potions or give you some benefits of a rest via one of the clerics we have. But they have to like you. And you're good at making them like you. The last one's, give me an insight check here.
She's so insightful. 14.
You roll with advantage. This is Milo. You
Okay.
know him.
19.
There's a visible shiver, paling of the skin. Like there's fear here. The Corrigan family reached out and said they got some problems they might want you to take care of. These aren't fights, these are hits. And Dolores, you would know that the Corrigan family is one of those 4 crime families.
What's the price?
500,000.
And who's the mark?
There are 4 marks. It ranges from old employees to... One of them's kind of sad. It makes me sad to talk about. The daughter is in love with some guy, and they don't want him... He's a do-gooder. They don't want him involved. Thinks they can bring the Corrigan too much problems.
Good to know.
You don't have to make a decision tonight. And he kind of looks at Sophia. Could we have the room, please? She kind of looks surprised. Looks at you, Dolores, seeing if you sign off on this. She scoffs, leaves the room. He shuts it, locks it again, locks it one more time, locks it again.
Are you afraid of Milo?
That fucking crazy bitch. What do you mean, what am I afraid of? She's psychotic. You don't have to make a decision tonight, Dolores. Don't let Sophia or me pressure you into anything.
What's the Thimmel family? What'd you call her?
Shoot, the matriarch?
The matriarch. What's she doing? Is she still here?
No, she's not here. She left, hop back on her airship once the fight finished. But she saw you. That's what she wanted to see. Looks like they're celebrating their boy. In a couple months, they want to move him up the political ladder. And in doing so, you know, rich folk, they like to do fancy shit for shit like that. It's $100,000. It'll break you even.
We could ask her to see if she would wanna potentially sponsor me in the tourney, get my name even higher in lights, and then I would be an even more prized star for her masquerade.
Okay. I can put out a call.
Now, as for the Corrigan, I'm not sure about all that.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't like that either.
I'm not meant for the shadows. I'm meant for the limelight.
Meant for the limelight. Okay. Where are you staying tonight, Dolores?
Somewhere in the light with the lime, I suppose.
Okay. Well, I will cut some deals, and you'll hear from me in the next couple of days, okay?
All right.
You okay?
She looks down at her hand, and you can see that it shakes a little bit, but she nods.
Milo hops down from his keg stool. If you don't want to do any of them, you don't have to. We'll find another way.
She like grabs him in a big, like rough, one-armed hug up against her side. I'll make you proud. Don't worry.
Yep. You already do, Dolores. You already do.
So I have my winnings now, correct?
You have your winnings, and do you make your way back to where the party is, or do you go somewhere else?
She's going to give Milo like however much to like pay off some of her debt.
He doesn't take any of it.
What?
Yeah. Keep it for your place. Just what am I going to say? I'm going to start treating you like my favorite.
I'll at least pay for my drinks for the whole night.
Please do that. Please do that. It is different when it's commerce. It is different when it's commerce. Okay. All right. Go. Get out of here.
And she goes to the bar.
And you go to the bar. Okay, you have your winnings. You have 100,000 gold pieces. And party, you see as an elven individual, quite androgynous, wearing this like black veil over their head, wearing like pretty extravagant robes with a golden sigil of like a hammer and anvil on their chest, sort of walks forward. I have your winnings. 5,000 for Zio, Whistle, and Echinacea.
I promised mine to Dolores.
Could you sign your winnings over then? Hands you a piece of paper.
What does the paper say? Sorry, David.
It's a very clear, clean-cut document just stating that you authorize the transfer of funds from yourself, you sign your name, to Dolores, you sign her name.
Zio is going to look at the money and then look over to Io. She's still nonverbal.
She's getting up, she's moving around, she's just kind of like,
Yeah.
She can tell that everybody else is getting pretty ready to leave. So
Yeah.
she's very much in that space as well.
Yeah. Zio looks to her. I was going to give this to you. But I know what you saw was very much a lot. So
I don't want blood money, Zio.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Keep it for a rainy day.
I'll just give it to Dolores. The thing is, if I give it to Dolores, it's going to end up in your pocket at some point.
Maybe at that point I'll forget how it was gained. Doubtful. I think this is going to haunt me. Do whatever you think is right, Zio. I just know right now I don't want it.
Yeah. And then Zio sort of looks over to Antigo again. Doesn't say anything, but then, you know what? You're right. Maybe I will keep it until a rainy day.
Okay.
Maybe by then, the blood will be washed off of it.
I don't think that's how that works. She starts to walk out of the room.
Just for the memory.
I need a drink.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. And then whistle Echinacea. Just want to make sure. Do you sign that document, or are you going to opt to just hand it to Dolores when you see her? It's up to you.
Yeah, that's
guys.
what Whistle's going to do. Yeah,
Okay.
Whistle's just going to say,
I'll just send it over myself.
Echinacea doesn't even touch the money or the document. They look at the document and they say, "This is a bookkeeping mistake. That money was supposed to go to Dolores from the beginning anyway. I refused to accept it in the first place." And then they'll walk out.
Nods. Okay. You guys all walk out, and I say, as you guys are departing, easy enough to see Dolores at the bar.
Let's check in on Dolores.
Yeah.
kind of Whistle will just walk up and elbows down on the bar next to you, Dolores, on one side. And hail the bartender.
Yeah.
What's Dolores drinking?
3 fingers of rye or something like that.
And Whistle will just point and at Dolores' drink and
Makes a drink, hand it to you.
Echinacea's with us too, right?
Yeah, Echinacea will settle on the other side. And I imagine, like, did Warren walk up with us?
Warren and Antigo exited with you all.
Okay.
They had no
I
winnings
think-
to collect. They were done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Echinacea has shown up. Just, I think, more to show that, like, they aren't, like, they're not snubbing Dolores, right? And they're not,
Mhm.
like, they're just quietly on the, I think, the other side of Whistle, and then they will let this conversation happen and not necessarily be a part of it unless the other two engage, and they will just quietly be asking Warren questions about his corpore, but we can get to that later.
Nice.
Whistle.
Dolores.
Oh, sorry.
Still
Damn. I'm just gonna say, Whistle's gonna take the bag of the pouch of 5,000 gold and put it on the counter and slide it over to you, Dolores.
She shakes her head. Then she offers an arm. You still owe me an arm wrestle. Whoever
That's a young,
wins takes it.
that's a young Hobgoblin's game. It's all right. But that's payment.
For what?
For standing threateningly earlier when we saw Morosov.
Tell me about this light that you've seen.
Whistle's gonna say,
That's easy. Look to your left.
They are quite glowy.
Whistle will say to just kind of to Echinacea,
I hope you don't mind. I alluded that, since joining up with the Fated, I've had a shift of perspective on things. I may have been a bit melodramatic in my description.
You don't have to apologize for anything, Whistle. I think we've changed each other for the better.
It's nice to think.
sorry.
No. What you tried to do today, I know that we were naive, and I know that we were idealistic. But watching you refuse to bend to a place that wants you to be different, it was inspiring. Even on a dark day.
I think Whistle's gonna take a big sip.
Yeah. As you guys do, all of you kind of hear as like the drunk crowd kind of begins to come out and be like, "Oh, you're Zeo, right? You had the bird. That was crazy. Does it you summon the bird like all the time? Like, does it just pop? Like, how does that work? That's sick."
Well, first of all, it's not a bird.
What
and
is
then Lulu shows up.
Whoa, it does happen all the time.
In a little poof of thing, and is like, her name is Lulu. She's not a bird. She's a pseudo dragon.
Oh man, that's sick. They get really close to Lulu. Lulu's like a cat that kind of hisses when you get a little too close.
Yeah.
Just like a
Like, she likes her distance.
apologies.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to see your next fight. I'm rooting for you.
Oh, you're gonna be waiting a long time.
Oh, what the fuck? Turns around and walks away.
Forever, actually.
I was like, yeah, cool bird.
And Lulu will kind of like walk over
She laughs.
Zio's
and
shoulders.
Scritches
And
Lulu.
yeah, we'll walk over Zio's shoulders and like curl around Io's shoulders and rub her face against hers.
Mm-hmm. Whistle, you get a tap on the shoulder. Some like really old hobgoblin smoking a cigar. I'd like to talk to you about some opportunities there, lad. You put on a spectacular performance, and I would love to sponsor you in your next bout.
Not interested.
Why not? You could make quadruple what you made tonight.
You have the answer.
What answer?
Not interested.
Quintuple what you made tonight.
No means no.
Bye.
Hands go up, walks away. Echinacea, you get as like 4 individuals move up. You really, one of the guardian angels? Are we gonna have like a reunion? Like, what's gonna happen? And like, you brought yourself back from the dead? That's crazy. That was awesome.
Thanks. Lorian and the Guardian Angels I don't think will be returning, but I'm glad that used to be kind of nice. Here.
The people kind of completely unaware of the context you're talking about, right? Just like, it's not too shabby now. No, this place fucking
To each
sucks.
their own.
Yeah. And Dolores, you're accosted by like dozens of people who are like asking for you to sign things and like trying to like snipe you from Milo. You get some interesting characters.
Nice.
Is the Hobgoblin one of them?
Yeah. I can't promise quintuple what you make because you made a lot of money. But it's consistent. Pardon.
She waves and like takes it in stride, like ha ha ha. But like it's kind of like oil, like water.
Yeah, it doesn't
rolling off.
Doesn't linger.
And you know, if people are nice spirited, she'll sign something, but it's not like giddy and welcoming, but it's also not cold. It's just kind of she's
disassociative.
She's not proud of
Yeah.
her win, but she did win. And so She'll take
she's
it.
playing the part, but she's not playing it very earnestly.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Can I insight that? Like how
Sure.
obvious is that? Dolores,
I'd say if
would you
anybody
say?
feels like they're going to, you can. If not, let me know what you guys are. I know that Echinacea, you're talking with Warren about the Corbury. So let's say
Zio
we're.
is
Go ahead.
actively ignoring Dolores, and also, well, not ignoring Dolores, but like actively
Just like
trying
not
to
paying
make-
attention.
Well, making themselves a wall between Dolores and Aya.
Interesting. Okay.
Ooh, I
Interesting.
nat one.
There's a lot going on. That guy keeps coming back and making offers,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, it's
Just
like
the cigar breath is just.
It's bad. It's bad. It's like this. It's that like menthol mint, you know. But then it's like it's liquor breath too. Like it's a horrid combination. But yeah, you unfortunately do not see that in Dolores quite yet. But
Okay.
Echinacea, you're talking to Warren, and he does kind of scoff under his breath after that group of fans walk away. It was pretty cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Antigo fights for Westgate. And do you fight? Why?
That's Alec,
Why-
not Warren.
Why do this?
I love when
Sorry.
Echinacea goes down the Y winding path. Like, why? The
The
different,
winding path.
the winding path. Inspiration point. For picking up a joke that I did not. And I made it. You see, kind of similar to Whistle, like just shooting back a drink and just. I fight for family. My brother, he's not well, and in our current position with what we do, he was a fisherman, and I wanted to be a hexer, but that didn't really pan out.
You're wearing hexer leathers. What do you mean?
Well, they kicked me out. They let me keep the leathers.
A lot of questions. Why'd they kick you out? Your brother's not well? Not what kind of not well?
They think it's some kind of arcane illness. He was sailing out fishing, and his ship was hit with something. It's almost like he's frozen in time. He barely. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, just I've been frozen in time. That's sort of how okay.
That's how you and your other half met?
Well, sort of.
And Wolf inside the Mind Palace is like, yoiga.
Not yeah. No, sort of. Yeah. And he's frozen in time in the city? Not in the Feywild?
He's in our house.
Is our house a bar or your home?
My home, our home that
Okay.
we share together. Yeah, that
I'm just trying
it
not
does.
to
No, it
assume.
does tend to get confusing. There are a lot of you're valid, but they delivered him back, and he hasn't moved an inch in 2 months.
2 months.
He barely takes breaths. It's like he's frozen in place. And
Okay.
any doctor
No
I've
offense to
hired,
Antigo. Yeah. Any doctor you've hired, what?
they don't know what to do.
I might not know what to do, but I would like to help. I would like to look if you are interested in having another doctor around.
Are you sure that's acceptable given the circumstances of our meeting? I did take your life. And I wouldn't blame you for never wanting to see me again.
I have this habit of befriending people who try to kill me. Live with someone who helped kill me, so I mean, it's nothing new. I would like to help. And I would like to know about your corpore.
Well, I'm in no position to deny help. So I happily accept it. And I'm sure Ellis would really appreciate it. He's a sweet kid. He became a fisherman to discover all the fish in the sea. He loves them. Loves them all.
That's very cute.
And why I guess I wasn't technically kicked out. I'm under review because of my other half.
Okay. Why?
Was sent
What
out
happened?
to hunt it. We thought it was a fell beast. Just some... kind of is. I know it's complicated. But I only heard something asking for help. And once I got to talking to it, it had been lost out here for a long time. Aimless.
How long's a long time?
150 years.
Oh God. Okay.
She's different. She's special. And
Did we talk?
Yeah, absolutely. You mind popping out? After a few moments, a shadow sort of like leans out, very similar to how Aedwulf does. Feminine form, looks human as well. Just sort of, hi there.
Hello. What's your name?
Well, we are working on that. I don't recall right now. I know that it started with an L, and I am chasing it.
Well, L. For now. I know what that's like, and I can't speak for Aedwulf, but I'm interested in getting to know your circumstances. Maybe we can help. This Aedwulf, do you want to say hello?
Easy enough for you to feel there's a little bit of hesitation with Aedwulf. There's a bit of anger there.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's wrong?
I'm staring at the guy that killed you, Echinacea. I'm not feeling very talkative right now. I'm angry.
I'm sorry. That's fair. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. It's my fault, and it's his fault.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I agreed to something I shouldn't have. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I put you in that situation, and I didn't summon you.
No, you didn't summon me, but I could have done something. I have before. All I did tonight was let you down. I let Lorien down. I broke my promise to him in a day. And I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at Warren. I'm mad at myself. Part of me is mad at Whistle for saying it didn't have to be this way, that you wouldn't have done it if he hadn't.
But Whistle's right. It doesn't have to be this way.
No, but it is. This place is, and I know it shouldn't be like that. I don't want it to be like that, but it is like that right now. I'm mad. And I'm...
Aedwulf, you're allowed to be mad. But just because things are some way doesn't mean they can't change. Do you remember when we met? You tried to kill me.
I know.
if I had accepted that that was how things should be, then one of us would be gone. What Whistle did, what Whistle said, is what I think too. It just left his mouth first because he's quicker on the draw than me.
I know, and I know you're right. I know you're right.
Let's be clear, we were wrong. But that doesn't mean it can't change, and that doesn't mean it shouldn't change.
I agree. I know, but I think we all walked in there, and it was painted as something other than what it was. And then you died, and I didn't do anything. And Lorian's going to be so disappointed in me.
No, he's not. He's not, Aedwulf. I'm sorry. I know what your promises mean to you, and I am sorry. But I'm still here. And you're still here. We live to fight another day.
Can I just ask something?
Of course.
Next time we're in a fight like that and it's looking bad, I'm going to come out.
Didn't sound like a question, but I do accept it either way. Aedwulf, you are your own person.
I know.
You're sharing this space for now, but you are your own person, and I will not keep you from acting.
I was just in your head, and I wanted to respect the fact that you hadn't called me out, and I just didn't. I'm willing to talk to Warren and his Corberay. I just don't think I'm in a space to tonight.
We'll have time. And you deserve your time. I think Echinacea will curl up with Aedwulf in the Mind Palace, and in the external world, they're gonna put a hand on Warren's arm. This may have to happen tomorrow, but I will find you. Where do I find you?
You can find me at the dockhouse most every day. Northern parts of the city. You can find me at the dockhouse and just ask for Warren. I'm always there.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
It was... I am ultimately glad we've met, and I will see you tomorrow, you and Elle.
See you tomorrow. He'll get up, finish his drink, and head out. Okay? Anything else anybody wants to finish doing at the bar? Oh my god. Anybody else want to do anything else at the bar before we finish the scene up?
Dolores is gonna try to look at Io kind of slyly.
Okay. Are you trying to do this stealthily, if I understand your verbiage correctly?
Yeah, but I should be at a disadvantage because she's definitely drunk.
Yeah, I'd say give me a stealth check with disadvantage. And Zio's
Okay,
like
still a 16.
Zio's the Great Wall of Zio standing between Dolores and Io right now.
Yeah, I
and
would
then I'll say Zio, give me a
Zio-
perception to see if you can clock Dolores.
Yeah. Perception?
Perception. Yeah.
It's a 19.
Dolores, what'd you get on your stealth?
15.
Zio, you absolutely see Dolores kind of leaning over, trying to make eye contact with Io. How do you respond?
I have
Zio
puppy
doesn't-
dog eyes, by the way.
Yeah, you're looking at Dolores puppy dog eyes.
Oh no!
We're just like
Zio sees that
Zio's like-
and then will grab Io's, like just kind of gently place a hand behind her back and then guide her away from the bar and just say, like, can we go drinking somewhere else, or maybe I can just walk you back to your place?
Well, I'm gonna check in with Dolores before we leave, if that's okay.
No, it's not, but I can't stop you from doing that.
Why is it not okay?
I don't know. I don't like it.
Neither do I, but she's still my friend.
Yeah, and you feel a little strange that you saw me die and you clearly were affected by all of this. And you watched her kill people in that way. And you're not taking maybe a moment.
I know that she's done it before. I didn't judge her then. Because
But have you seen it?
No. Seeing it is what horrified me, but I know Dolores. People do desperate shit when they're in need. Isn't that why you joined the Bright Fury?
I wasn't in need of anything.
No, but to help those in need. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm doing. Zio, I've been here for 6 months. Without Mom's protection. Without Dad's protection. Without your protection. I know you love me. And I know that you care about me. People are going to be mean if they're going to be mean. People are going to do things that I don't agree with. I have to continue. And I've had my fair share of bad shit happen to me since I left home. And it'll happen when you leave again. I'm not blaming you for the bad things that happened to me, Zio. Just like I'm not blaming Dolores for doing what she committed to do. It's not anybody's fault but this system that we are sitting under right now. That's whose problem, that's whose fault it is. We are in such a terrible place that Dolores felt the only way that she could pay off her debts was to do this.
And you'd bring this to the Isle.
Excuse me? No, say that again.
You'd bring this to the Isle. Lorwith is under the same system.
The school is not the Crimson Mask.
But it still lives under the same society.
You are so blinded by the fact that the Isle is your home and you miss it. It is not the perfect place that you make it out to be. It isn't. The corner that Mom and Dad carved out for us is the most beautiful thing I've ever experienced, but it is not the Isle wholesale. There are kids at home who can't afford to do what I've done. To give them the opportunity to learn something, yes, I am absolutely going to bring that to the Isle. I'm not bringing Roris Scandalore. I'm not bringing Forge Guard. I'm bringing teachers.
Sorry. You're right.
You're angry and you're scared and you're worried about me. And Zio, I love you. Look at me. You are my brother and I love you and I thank you for trying to protect me. But I have been protecting myself this whole time too. I am not the scared little girl that you left when you joined the Bright Fury. I'm not. But I'm still your sister.
And I'm not the same sibling who's just going to cross your boundaries and who's going to flit from one place to another. I see the way that people look at me and the things that they say the moment that I've walked in here. I get it. You have an idea of who I am too.
What do you mean?
I love you too. We're both different. That's what I'm saying.
Zio, I'm not making any assumptions about you. I don't know what you've done. We still need to have a conversation about that. It's just that...
Exactly. You don't know what I've done and you don't know what's happened to me. But when I hear from Dolores the kind of description that she's gotten of who I am, or people here in this place, people know you by name. And they know me too. Somehow I have a reputation here too for being your brother who doesn't communicate, your brother who does things without thinking. And yeah, maybe that was me before all of this. I'm just saying that if you've had 6 months where awful things have happened, so have I. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not saying that you haven't had difficult experiences. And I'm sorry for talking about you.
I just feel like maybe you were talking about me negatively.
That's another assumption. I talked about the energy you had. Talked about the things we would do. Zio, I wasn't on another continent talking shit about you. I would never do that. And I'd hope you'd know that.
Sorry.
I'm not asking for an apology. Tonight was a lot. For everybody. I just got mad because you questioned what I've been spending the last 6 months working toward. That's what upset me.
I think it's fair for me to worry.
Worrying and casting judgment are two completely different things, Zio.
Got it.
I'm gonna go home.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I think everybody sees as Io leaves.
Dolores is going to follow after her, seeing the heated debate.
I think Zio just glares after Dolores,
Okay,
but doesn't stop it.
sure. Whistle Echinacea.
I think Whistle will wait for the group whenever we're ready to head back to the abode. He's just gonna stave off fans and drink quietly in the corner and watch things. If anybody gets too close, he's totally gonna pull out Windwraith and just stab Windwraith into the ground as like a statement, like
Leave me the
No.
fuck alone. Yeah.
Leave me
Yeah.
alone. Echinacea, I think, will see Io and Dolores leaving and will like start to move and then see that Zio and Whistle haven't, and like
Yeah.
there's just this little look back to like, are we going? Are we staying?
I'm good to go.
Io's going back home. Not the humble abode home, I'm assuming. Her dorm room.
Okay. Okay. So, and Dolores is leaving, and we did offer her a place to stay.
Yeah. Well,
She
she knows
Yeah.
where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would like to leave. If you two I would like to not be here.
So, sorry,
As
Angie.
another like fight promoters walking up with
Yeah,
like, yeah, let's go.
let's get the fuck out of here.
Please.
Angie,
Echinacea grabs both of their arms.
that to Dolores is gonna stay with us was fucking brutal and so funny. Yeah. Incredible. All right.
My social anxiety got triggered.
Okay.
Mm.
With everybody heading out, we're gonna take our first break. All right. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye. Also,
One fateful day, the fairy Lazuli fell through a rift between the Feywild and the material plane of Eosha. The amnesiac child was adopted by the reclusive silver dragon Ishor, eventually being gifted a dragon mark and becoming his scout. Over the course of a decade, Lazuli's prowess on scouting missions has helped Ishor grow his hoard of magical items and historical relics. Lazuli's life would change forever during one such scouting mission when she found herself racing 5 opponents to obtain a primordial current orb. Another, Zio, won the race, consuming the orb just before the Mage's Arcana members arrived to take the assembled orb seekers into custody. However, they never reached the Arcanum. Rescued from custody by Sir and Echinacea, the group now known as the Fated took shape. Charged by Ishor with the investigation of the Preservium, a corrupt guild trafficking in items of power, Lazuli traveled into Driften with the Fated. There, Lazuli encountered the River King Uramil, Fey King of the Summer Court. Uramil revealed knowledge of Lazuli's parents, Lapis and Aura Isledale, as well as Lazuli's miraculous conception via Feywild Wellspring. During this time, Lazuli found herself smitten with Sir's distant relation, Captain Richter Oliphant, a valiant hero who saved those unlawfully imprisoned by the Arcanum. It would only be later revealed that Lazuli's father, Lapis, was among those saved by Richter from the Arcanum's clutches. Finding her insecurities preyed upon by the death hag Viola during this time, Lazuli was convinced to make a pact. Lazuli would be given powers provided she continued to develop her bargain. Otherwise, she would suffer the notice of the Evil Eye. Only now is Lazuli realizing that this refers to the evil god of the unalloyed pantheon, Ruin's Eye. Things came to a head at the Preservium's Gala of Innovation. Lazuli learned that the Preservium leader, Gale Umbridge, was formerly Ishor's scout, and that the dragon mark gifted to Lazuli by Ishor was originally meant for Gale. Worse, Ishor founded the Preservium. Lazuli also met Nivian's former employer, Dr. Satosh of the Sunwall Academy.
who gifted her a vial of the death hag Viola's ichor. Much came to pass at the gala. Lazuli and Richter shared their first kiss. Lazuli adopted Echinacea as her sibling, and perhaps most notably, Lazuli caught her first glimpse of her father during the exhibition. The next day, Lazuli reunited with Lapis, who now travels with the Fated. On the path to reuniting with her mother, Aura, Lazuli found herself in the midst of a combat that felt too great to surmount. In that moment, she made a choice to deepen her pact with the death hag Viola. Drinking the ichor gifted to her by Dr. Satosh, Lazuli became a warlock. The deepening of this pact revealed a terrible truth. The death hag who holds her pact is none other than Elizabeth Whitmore, beloved of Sir, and twin of the Fated's ally, Lucian Whitmore. Through the trials of reuniting with her mother, navigating the pains of joining two families into one, learning that Ishwar faces a draconic tribunal for crimes against 5 dragon eggs, resurrecting Echinacea and Whistle, transforming into a witch of the Ith, Lazuli has refused to kill, knowing that death will feed her pact keeper, Elizabeth. We find Lazuli delving into the Saiba home catacombs. There, she meets Inara, the Ruin's Eye devotee who took Lazuli's family from her. Defying Inara's attempts at corrupting her, Lazuli resisted taking a sliver of divinity for her own and left Inara alive. Lazuli herself was not so lucky, dying by Lord Tarvish's hand during combat with Whistle's former captain, Izradan. In death, she was confronted by Elizabeth's rage at not being fed. Now, after being brought back by Echinacea, Lazuli finds herself feeling above the state of death. Elizabeth awaits on the horizon, a threat to outwit. A fairy's work is never done.
Born in the Scorched Isles, Zio Marino grew up in the comfort of a loving family, only tangentially understanding the meaning of conflict. As with most young folks of the Scorched Isles, when they came of age, they traveled to the mainland of Tolesh, seeking purpose and knowledge to return to the Isles with. It was there that Zio joined forces with the Bright Fury Guild. Not long after, a mysterious voice spoke to Zio, and believing this to be his purpose, a pact was struck with the entity Isterus. Isterus sought a primordial orb, a rare object tied to the primordial current, a source of power which harnesses the sea of raw materials swirling in the plane of the elemental chaos. Zio found the orb first, beating several others, including Lazuli and Nivian, in their own pursuits of the artifact. Finding the first orb was only the beginning, tying his path to the companions they now call family, the Fated. In their travels, they have come to learn more of Isterus, a Famar Earth primordial, as well as the Union of the Tranquil. As creators of the primordial current, a centuries-long battle wages against the factions of the natural order: earth, wind, fire, and water. Isterus's dark influence and manipulations were revealed to Zio through the wisdom of Halides, the Vacron Air primordial member of the Tranquil. Seeking out more primordial current orbs, Zio found themselves contending against Wit and Alma, the avatars of Coletra and Glacia respectively, the Union of the Tranquil's fire and water contingents. These chosen warriors who seek to destroy the primordial current believe that no one should harness its power. Halides believes the current should not be destroyed, but rather shared with the world. Zio aims to understand the primordial current. It is during these times that Zio learns Isterus's goal of vengeance against Sunwall, wanting the current for himself. Zio severed his warlock pact with Isterus, unwilling to follow the morals of an entity that seeks retribution and destruction. After the severing of this pact, Zio, in their weakened state, fell victim to necrotic energies that, without the strength provided by Isterus, killed them outright. Thankfully, Zio was revived by the party's healer Echinacea. Despite this setback, Zio has managed to obtain 2 more primordial current orbs from under the noses of Wit and Alma. Following Zio's death and resurrection, Helidas awakens Zio's primordial soul powers, revealing them to be a descendant of Vacron heritage and a sorcerer by birthright. After learning that his body could only absorb a set number of orbs before absorbing him into the primordial current, Zio grappled with their desire to continue collecting this power. In order to convince Coletra and Glacia not to destroy the current, they initially believed they would need every boon they could get. However, over the course of a conversation with Ishror, a silver dragon and Lazuli's adoptive father, Zio found themselves rejecting their impulse to consume any more primordial current orbs. Upon meeting the spirit caller Isandro, Zio found himself drawn to the practice of communing with the Amine spirits of Ayosha, and drawn to the practitioner himself. Throughout their travels, Zio has begun to train as a spirit caller in their own right, navigating an uneasy alliance with Wit, a deepening of animosity with Olma, and a newfound connection to the natural world. Zio travels the corners of Tolesh with his fated companions, seeking an understanding of the current, its place in the balance, and any thread that will allow him to heal the pain the primordial current has caused.
can see and hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to No Tolesh. The party has departed the Crimson Mask. We are actually going to pick up with Whistle as you begin to hear a little vibration or feel a little vibration on your waist as you just hear, "I'm sorry, Whistle. I'm sorry."
I think as the party was walking back and we're just kind of going down the streets at night, Whistle's going to hang back a little bit as the vibrations start to kind of come in.
You have nothing to apologize for. I know. That's not you.
I just feel terribly. Every part of my being wanted to take Warren's head from his shoulders. I will do better. I will do better.
I will as well. To be there for you in those moments. I'm sorry. I left you.
You have nothing to apologize for. Nothing.
We're stronger together, Nick.
I know. And once we meet with Soren, hopefully we find some answers to help us.
Yeah. We've got to keep our ears to the ground. But
You think Whistle's going to kind of like look up at the party as they're like just catching the street lights?
I think we're on the right path.
I think so. I do just have one request.
Anything.
Be gentle with that Dolores girl. It was not long ago when we were in her place.
I know.
You
I'm not a
are
teacher
allowed.
like you.
You are wiser than you give yourself credit. And you are allowed your feelings. You have every reason to be upset. I'm not asking you not to feel those things. But you were once in a place where you killed people and got paid for it.
Yeah. I should get off my high horse.
No. Teachers have to be elevated. Not necessary to look down, but to show the options in front of a wide array of students.
I just... part of me feels like I know what she's got in store for her. And I just want to do what I can to prepare her for it.
Well, good thing we're on the right path. Because that will make that an easier journey for her. If she chooses to be on it.
Yeah. We'll put our faith in it for now.
My faith is in you. In Echinacea. In Zio. We are on the right path. Care for a game of chess when we get back home.
Why wait?
And I think in the Mind Palace, Whistle will pull out the... yeah.
Yeah.
Keen mind with the amount of chess this man plays.
Fair enough. Yeah, you're fine.
I imagine these two can play without a board.
Absolutely. And you,
Cool.
the three of you guys make your way home. Dolores, You're chasing down Io. Okay. You're quicker than her. It's easy enough to see her. She's not like running. She's just moving down the street.
Dolores's the sound of her shoes is unmistakable. Does she turn?
She does. She doesn't stop walking, but she slows to give you the opportunity to catch up.
She matches Aya's pace and searches her face with like an open expression of. She doesn't say it, but she's just checking to see, are you mad? Are you okay?
Give me an
Like,
insight
what
check.
was that? Yeah, it's wordless, but you can see that Dolores' open concern and, it's a 3. So she's literally just like, huh?
Yeah. Dolores, you're Dolores. Io just...
Yeah.
Are you okay? Do you need anything? You might have wounds that are still open and not addressed. Once we get back, I can take care of them for you. There's a shortness to her tone, but the emotions behind it, with a 3, it's hard to tell.
I'm patched up all right. What happened back there?
Which part? It was a bad night all around, Dolores.
I didn't know I was going to be fighting to the death. Not until a few hours ago. Or a few hours before. I'm sorry.
You've done it before?
Once.
Dolores, I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you.
I know you're not, but you weren't prepared for that.
No, I was not. But that's okay. I am rarely ever prepared for what is thrown in front of me, and I just need to get better at dealing with it. Zio and I got into an argument. And I'm afraid I hurt their feelings. I didn't want to hurt their feelings. I've missed them so much, and I love them. But it's very clear that both of us have grown and changed a lot. And we haven't had the opportunity to talk about it. But we're going to, and then it's going to be fine. Everything's going to be okay.
He tries to just take Io up into a very big hug.
She's stiff. I think that, like, she doesn't stop you from hugging her, but there's a lot less of a hug to you. It's clear that she registers that you might need to be comforted in this moment. And hugging her might do that. It might make you feel better. So she does it. You're her friend. She cares about you. I'm just tired. Do you need a place to crash or...
No, it's alright. Would you like some company on your way back to the dorm?
No, I think I'd like to walk by myself. Thank you, though. I'll be fine.
She just stands in place and lets Aya walk away.
She steps off. She's just... I'm not mad at you. I just need some time. horrible. It was horrible.
She nods. Be safe.
I'll see you tomorrow. She walks off, and I will say, everybody's heading back to the abode at this point, correct? Oh, where are you headed, Dolores?
Who's the nearest person next to me that looks punchable?
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. So Echinacea, we'll get back to that. Echinacea's CEO, Whistle, you guys make it back to the humble abode. On the couch, you see Dorlin. It's a really impressive sight. Because at this point, it's like 12 or 1 in the morning. It's late. He is sleeping on the couch with a teacup and plate perfectly balanced in hand, very actively head back snoring. He is still holding the teacup. He's a... Kalen is up doing dishes, and Casimir is up reading. You hear action upstairs. People are fighting upstairs. You hear activity upstairs. It's clear that somebody is up there. Zio, you imagine it's a Sandro. It sounds like it's coming from where your room is. But both Casimir and Kalen just, good evening. How I'm gonna make an insight check on Kalen here. With the faces that Alec saw, I'm like, moment. Yeah,
we all
okay.
look awful.
With a 25 insight on Kalen, just, what happened? There's Dolores. Are you guys okay?
We are now. You're allowed to... I was about to say, don't be upset, but you're allowed to feel how you feel. We thought that we could make something into what it wasn't, and we were wrong. And we're all okay now. We're all okay now.
Saying we're all okay now as Zio's
Yeah.
like clothing is like there's a giant gash and just blood all
Echina-
over it.
Echinacea's corset has a hole through the middle of it where they
Yeah.
got ran through. Like, I think as Echinacea is like trying to figure out a less terrible way of saying we died tonight, it becomes pretty clear that that's what they're struggling to say with that insight check.
I'm sorry. What is it that you all need? Casimir is like looking at Kalen, seeing the concern, starting to piece things together. Just, we'll make you some food and water. Water is good. Water is good.
I'm okay. I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
And I think Zio, hearing that Isandra is upstairs in their room, is going to go up the ladder.
Okay. Zio heads up to their room.
Echinacea, I think, after failing to say what has happened, will just go to Kalen and stick their head under his chin, just face against his chest. On the silver lining? And they can't bring themselves to say that there was a silver lining to people dying as they think through their Rolodex of what they could say.
Right. Kalen just sort of squeezes and I'm sorry. This was a bad night. Is there anything I can do? Anything you need right now?
You hold me?
Always.
And Echinacea will stay there for a long while.
Okay. Whistle?
I think when we came in, and Zio kind of peels off upstairs, Echinacea stops and talks to Kaelin. Whistle's going to kind of continue moving past and join Casimir in the kitchen. As he's just pulling out, I think he's already he's been drinking a lot today. So just content warning for alcoholism. I didn't realize how much drinking he's actually going to be doing today, but I think he is.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I think he is going to just kind of, just kind of shuffle in behind Casimir. He's resigned and tired, but not looking to rest yet. So he just kind of grabs the bottle, grabs a couple glasses because he suspects, maybe someone might join him. He's gonna kind of shuffle over to where Dorlin is sleeping, scooch in around him so he doesn't disturb him.
Out. Man is gone.
No. He's gonna just kind of cozy in, and I think he's just gonna kind of just try not to think about the events of the day. And I think he's just gonna kind of quietly sit there in the corner and just kind of dissociate a bit, really. I think he's just gonna join Nikolai in the Mind Palace, and I think the two of them will just play chess, and he'll enjoy Nikolai's company in the only way he can.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your passive investigation, Whistle?
Passive investigation.
Yeah.
21.
Okay. Easy enough for you. Even as you're like settling in to get comfortable. Quick above table question, Button. Do you think Kaelin and Echinacea stay downstairs, or do they move up to their room? It's up to you either way.
Echinacea would stay downstairs. They, just mechanically speaking, are going to stay up for an hour to get arcane recovery back. They want to cast a spell before they go to bed.
Understood. Got it. Perfect. I'd say, and then your passive investigation is also like 21 or something like that.
23.
Jesus. Easy enough for both of you.
We smart.
I'd say,
Yes.
given, just how keen-eyed you are in any space you operate in. Casimir is like, be cool, calm, and collected. He's kind of like, he's looking to be busy. He's like, he can see that people are hurt. He can see that nobody wants to talk about it. He is not going to push right now, given the traumatic things happened tonight. But he's cooking. He's like, interesting. Okay.
Like literally and...
He's literally and figuratively, yes. But with that, I'd say you guys then kind of eventually fall asleep, or Whistle, you eventually fall asleep. Echinacea, I know you're doing arcane recovery, and we'll check in with Zio quick. You see, as you make it up to your room, you see Asandro moving around like it's early morning, just kind of like organizing some things, and he's just, are you all right? Who is that? Who is that? That's not Asandro. Sorry. Are you all right? There he is.
Yeah. Zio, for a minute, when they came in through the latch, they were just like kind of sitting and watching Asandra moving around.
Yeah.
Just kind of feeling the smile on their face. Watching him making himself comfortable, and then makes his presence known by closing the latch, and then standing in the room. And I mean, it's hard to miss the clear, disheveled, bloody appearance that Zio has.
Oh my dear, can I help you?
Well, the good thing is that I am all healed up.
Do you want me
Io
to...
did most of the healing. I'm just very tired. Io did most of the Echinacea.
Echinacea sneezes.
Yeah, it's like Io did most of the healing,
Gesundheit.
but Echinacea brought
Thank
me
you.
back. So
You brought you back. I'm sorry, I wasn't there. What? Are you
it's
alright?
okay.
It's a dumb question, I know.
I'm mostly, surprisingly, I'm not concerned about myself. I'm concerned about my sister right now.
It's not surprising.
but
You care about your sister.
Yes. I would like to go to sleep and then maybe talk about this tomorrow.
Okay.
But I'm here. I'm not dead. And I don't plan to stay dead.
I'm glad you're here. Can I sew that up for you?
Pretty healed up. But you can sew my robes for me.
I meant your clothes.
Oh. Oh. That's very domestic of you. It's also 1 a.m.
I'm not tired, as I imagine you can tell.
Why?
Well, I met someone today, not in that way, but they are interested in spirit calling. And it got me thinking. Maybe I can start teaching it again. Proper. I would love for you to meet him.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I know you're not tired, but can you just lay with me until I fall asleep?
I can do that.
I want to talk to you tomorrow morning, but I want to feel more coherent.
That is completely understandable. I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that. Because it's an opportunity for both of us, I think. But yes, let's get comfortable.
I'm excited to hear about this new friend of yours. And then snuggles.
Perfect. All right. Anything else we want to do before we end the night? Who are you pointing at?
After
Oh. David was pointing. Sorry, Button. Go ahead.
after an hour passes, Echinacea will have used their arcane recovery to regain a 6th level slot, and they have 1/5 remaining.
Jeez.
So at 6th level, and they have I'm like, don't fuck. They don't have a 3rd. Okay. So what they're gonna do? Say, I'll be right back. And they're gonna fly up into the sky, 60 feet up, just because flex casting area of effects that they've witnessed are usually confined to like 30 feet.
Okay.
And they're going to cast contingency, which they have the slot for.
Yep.
But they don't have the slot for revivify, so they're going to flex cast that.
Okay. Got it. Let me make sure.
I will roll. I'm just toggling things.
No. You're fine. You're fine. I am also pulling the home brewery up.
Can Drunk Whistle go outside just in case? A spotter.
I'll allow it.
Echinacea will say, I think just whomever. If you want to see some cool magic, I'm gonna go do some cool magic.
Kalen will go out, sit on a star, and watch, and then well, he's got Steps of the Night, dude.
Perfect.
Twilight Cleric, dude.
Yeah.
And then what level spell are you casting? Third. Okay.
3rd level.
Got it. Okay.
58.
Okay, your speed is decreased by 10 feet for a minute. Nothing crazy.
Great. Whistle, you watch as Echinacea pulls out a statuette of themselves and a diamond, and kind of dong, there's like this bell sound. You'd think it would be like a tink, but it's this resonant sound as they tap the two together. And you can see for a moment as they descend, there is the translucent golden like outline of them that you can tell will appear the next time Echinacea dies. And they're descending very slowly.
Like on an escalator.
Yeah, they suddenly feel very slow.
Whistle goes from kind of impressed to be like very impressed to kind of like
Why am I moving so slowly?
Minri just kind of peeks through. The weave in all of her mysteries.
You and all your mystery.
I don't do it on purpose. I am sorry.
Don't be sorry. Thank you.
It is not thoughtful action.
Minri.
I know you know. I'm just...
No, Thank you for this gift. I would be gone without it.
You just feel like a gentle kiss on the forehead. I'm glad you're here.
Me too. I'd hate to break a promise to a bat boy.
Oh, a bad boy.
Oh, a bat boy. And on that note, Echinacea will head to bed and cast Dream for the first time, because they made a promise this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be... Hi, Lucian.
Lucian.
Okay. We'll check in with Dolores, and then we'll come back to this. Dolores, you're looking for somebody to punch. Give me a perception check.
15. She will say she's not gonna hit a random bystander. She's looking for like a rowdy tap. She's not going to.
So a 15 around you. I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So now would be time for rowdy. You see an individual, sort of tan skin, looks elvish, half elvish, with this swept back black hair, wearing like really fine, almost like a 3-piece suit, except there's no jacket. It's just like a shirt, a vest. On the hip, you see a book, and on the other hip, you see a wand, just sort of walking off. You can see a few drunk crowds moving forward, and you do see some forge guards standing watch, but unfortunately, you're not finding anybody matching the description of like deserving of an ass beating.
She's gonna punch a wall.
You punch a wall. You do hard. Give me an attack roll.
Okay.
She's a 14-year-old white kid.
Yep.
The Kyle energy.
I'm gonna tavern.
Dolores, Kyle, Evanara.
The 27 to hit.
You you knock a block of this brick off of the wall, and you just hear, "Careful, sugar, you're gonna hurt somebody with that."
I will say, whenever she did that, I haven't done it yet, she would have like screamed.
Yeah.
Like a barrel yell at now once she knows that Io's gone, just like letting out all of this frustration and pressure now. It's not over, it's just begun. And she's going to go into a rage.
Oh shit. Okay. Me not thinking we were gonna do that. Hold on. Go ahead and roll me
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. I apologize. You're so good, Stinker
She's
Butt.
just a little flavor babes. Did she get fully healed, by the way? Because her current hit points are 37.
I don't think you got fully healed. You got patched up. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
Alrighty. 3.
Magic infuses one weapon of your choice that you are holding. Until your rage ends, the weapon's damage type changes to force. It gains the light and thrown properties with a normal range of 20 feet, along with a long range of 60. If the weapon leaves your hand, it reappears in your hand at the end of the current turn.
It's probably a bottle of some sort is what's in her hand.
You throw a bottle, it smashes, and then it comes right back. But it's like the broken neck of the bottle. Because
she throws it again out of frustration at another wall, just like, fuck this.
You throw it again, it shatters, and it stays there. And then you hear the, careful with that.
She looks to see who it is.
Sophia.
She lets out steam. Like a big breath of, I can't right now, Sophia.
Can't what?
Talk.
Why not?
Doesn't solve anything.
There are a lot of things you can do with your mouth right now, sweetheart. Talking doesn't have to be one of them.
She laughs, and I think her rage ends.
Do you want to go back to my place? We can find some productive things to do with those lips of yours.
She wishes she had, like, she looks back at the bottle, like, wishes she could take a drink at that, and follows.
Okay, and we will fade to black on Dolores and Sophia, who are definitely just, like, singing. They're practicing opera. Oh! That's it.
It's that scene in Buffy with Xander. I bet they're not even dancing.
Correct. I bet they're not even
Or
dancing.
no, I bet they're not even studying.
Oh, fuck, dude. Incredible. Love that shit.
Yay.
Okay, so you and Sophia, fuck. Got it. Button, give us that flavor of dream.
This is Echinacea's first time casting Dream. So they, and you actually, you have to be awake for it. So Echinacea hasn't gone to bed yet. They will go meet Kaylin afterwards. Or I guess they'll, it's very confusing because it lasts 8 hours, but you do have to, like, the messenger has to be conscious when you start. So I guess, yeah, they'll go to their room, and they will let Kaylin know, which I think they already told Kaylin that this is something they were going to do, but they will remind him.
Yeah. He just nods it excitedly. He's just, I'll tell him I said hello.
Anything else?
I hope he's doing okay and that we miss him.
Tell me if this magic looks cool. I won't get to see it. And
I will let you know. He's in his full, like, matching PJ set. He pulls the covers up. Like,
the terrariums go from their orbit to lining up like stars aligning, a straight line across Echinacea at all of their chakra that are in the center of their body. And the petals from the edges of the flowers will sort of drift out for a moment and capture the thread of a dream from Echinacea's forehead, so traveling in this sort of dance up their body to their forehead. And as the dream is cast, the petals all shoot outward in every direction and then return back into the terrariums, which begin to glow, and each terrarium reflects the dream within, which Echinacea gets to sculpt.
You get to make it.
And Echinacea sculpts Lucian's clock tower.
Excellent choice.
It's simple. It's nothing crazy, but it's cozy and it's familiar, and it's wild to think. But Echinacea looks around at this space and realizes that 24 hours ago they were here in real life.
Let's say you see sitting at the desk, tinkering away, Lucian. Hair tucked behind big bat ears, wearing very casual, comfy attire. As you see one of the ears just sort of like twitch as he looks over.
Damn it.
Hello there.
I was going to try to sneak up on you.
It's very hard to do.
It is very hard to do. You hear everything.
Almost everything. He gets up.
Echinacea.
Yeah.
And dream logic, the space between them is closed in an instant, and Echinacea just holds him tight.
Just squeezing. You feel a few very quick yet purposeful like kisses on the forehead. Here you are knocking on the doors of my dreams.
I told you I would.
I'm glad you're here.
It's good to be here. Kaylin misses you. Kaylin hopes you're well. I missed you. It's not even been a day. It's been quite a day, though. How was your day?
It was a lonely day without all of you. But a good day. And tell Kaylin I miss him, and I hope he is well. I missed you. Tell Whistle and Zio the same.
Oh well.
Are you okay? You said it was a long and difficult day. What do you mean?
I don't know, Lucian. Do you want bad news first, or maybe we could just enjoy each other's company? Then I'll tell you everything.
Just sort of brushes their hair behind their ears. I want whatever makes the most sense for you right now.
And several hours later in the dream, Echinacea finally gets around to filling in Lucian Whitmore about the no good, very bad end of the day.
He's angry. Yeah. He just... There's the immediate... Maybe if I were there, I could have...
What, killed someone for us?
No. The second thought wasn't much better. Die in your place. Which I know.
I don't like either.
I know. I'm sorry that happened. I'm glad that you and Zio are back. It's been a fucking day since you left.
Fucking day.
Yeah, a day, one day.
I made a prelude too. Wow, it's been a long day.
Yeah, Iothalor, Illimbel, Holgas.
Mm-hmm. If it... I keep thinking about the assumption we made. Walking in to the Crimson Mask and thinking that we could do things our way. I think I've done that a lot. But I remember the first time I came to you, you were not exactly amenable. Sometimes we fail.
He looks really embarrassed. There's like the...
Don't be embarrassed. I came and told you that I would do something for you, and you had every reason to suspect that that was a trick or a lie. You didn't know me, and I didn't know you. I just thought that I could do something, and it took being there for you to really change things.
I was just going to say, I didn't change in a day. It took a long time and consistent effort.
And, you know, the consistent effort of you.
Yes, consistent effort all around.
That's the thing. We walked in there and thought that by the sheer force of our will, we could make that place into something else. And granted, I had a very confused notion of what it was. It used to be theater. Just goofy theater. Did you know that oh, embarrassing. Lorian
and the
Fandor
Guardian
and I...
Angels? Incredible.
Yes.
I will have to check the history books for that.
I'll tell you one better. The dream changes and Echinacea's in their guardian angel outfit. It was pretty dumb.
Yes, very dumb. Don't change back.
Okay.
But the thing about that is you may have had that instinct tonight, and I think that instinct is a very good one. You may not have been able to change it tonight, but through sheer will and consistency, maybe you can change it. Ioth lore is so different because of each and every one of you. Because of the effort you put into it.
And because we worked with the community, we didn't tell people what to do. We found out what they needed and we helped.
Exactly.
So, that justifies, yep, tomorrow I'm gonna go help the man who killed me.
What?
Thank you very much. Yep.
Lucian's
I
like...
just needed...
Lucian's angry, has no place to judge. He's like... Aedwulf goes, "Amen, brother."
I'm sorry. I'm making light.
No. Feel comfortable. It is not my place to tell you what to do.
Would you have me do differently?
No. Because if you had done differently before, we wouldn't be here today. I have faith in the possibilities. Just keep me updated, all right?
I will. I'm realizing that things may be stickier than I anticipated, so I might not be able to be here every night, but I will write when I can't be here.
That is okay. I will always be here.
Always is a big word, Lucian.
Which is why I said it. How about just a couple more hours?
Just a couple more hours. Always. And they'll spend the rest of that time with him.
Okay. Perfect. Everybody falls asleep. Go ahead and take a long rest.
Echinacea wakes up. Was it cool?
It was... Kalen put everything on. It was so fucking cool. He drew a little picture of it. It looks rad.
You're
It looks
an
really
artist.
rad. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
I have to think about it like a diagram.
That's still art. Wow.
Hands you the picture.
Lucian misses you and hopes you're well.
Good. I'll write to him soon. And each of you wake in the morning, head downstairs. Casimir has already made breakfast. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Can I say that Zio woke up before the rest of the crew?
Sure.
He's going to go to the... Well, he's going to write 3 letters.
3?
He wakes
Count them,
up.
3?
3.
Okay.
The first one you already know.
Uh-huh.
And Zio writes it immediately from the moment that they wake up because they need to get it out as soon as possible or they will stop themselves from writing it. The other 2 is one for Io.
Okay.
Which is just very quickly saying, if you have the time, I would like to speak to you and spend the day with you.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third one is for Declan. That just says, if Io asks you to come out with us, or if there is opportunity for you to spend time with us, please do so. That's all they sent to Io and Declan.
Okay.
Just kind of leaves the ball in their court.
Okay.
But then, yes. And then goes downstairs to the coffee corner to start making coffee with the... Now that that's there, feeling a certain like sensation of like this was created by Io, and then I'm the first one to use it, and there's just something that feels a little sad about everything. But they start making coffee.
Absolutely, you do so. You make that coffee, and you get a. I will say it is the for my
The first letter has not been sent.
I figured as much. You didn't say so,
yes.
so I figured as much.
No.
Yes. It is the 10th of Knife Hall. So we moved on to the next day. Okay. You sit there and you make this sort of like Turkish coffee that is very popular in the Isle. Yeah. And you make it there, and I will say Asandro kind of quickly comes down. I feel, like old timey cartoons where like animals mostly like float down the stairs and follow like the steam. Asandro essentially is doing that, being carried by Windomine, and is dropped in a seat and just this smells delicious.
I thought you might want to try something from home, since it's been a long time.
I have not had it in a while, so I appreciate the thoughtfulness of this. Thank you.
And I made more for everybody else, but you can't put it in the sand, in the center of the sand, until they get down here, because it gets hot very quickly and it starts bubbling up. So it's prepared for everyone else when they come down.
Thank you. You all right?
I died last night. I died last night without having told you. That I still feel guilt over everything. That I felt like I don't deserve to have you here with me. That I haven't earned it. And that I haven't told you that I love you since that night.
I love you too, Zio. That is, first and foremost, the most important thing I can say. Now, you are allowed your feelings. I have forgiven you. It is not up to you or me Zio, I've forgiven you. And you're right, you don't deserve me. We are both choosing to be here. We are both choosing to work to be together. I am sorry you feel that guilt.
My sister had to watch me die. I think part of me feels guilty over that too. And so it was just compounding.
I'm sure you didn't anticipate that.
No. Sure didn't. But... And Zio's going to grab Isandro's hand.
Mm-hmm.
And look at him and, like, actually... I love you.
I love you too. This leans over, kisses you.
There's one other thing that we have to talk about.
All right.
And Zio's just going to hand over the letter.
Okay.
And I don't really know how to verbalize all of it. So I think this is a start. And I didn't want to keep this from you.
I appreciate you telling me about these feelings. I'm glad you were able to write them down. Is your intent to send them?
I would like to. I just wanted to make sure that you were okay with it. Also, I know we've talked about it before.
I appreciate you keeping this non-monogamy ethical and talking to me about it. I think I am just... A few things come to mind. The state that he is in. The history that you both have is complicated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell you whether to send it or not. But I would urge you to think about those things before sending. The history is complex, and I don't know wit. The conversations we've had have been jabs and quips.
Mm-hmm.
But if you wish to pursue that, I won't. You have my blessing.
Zio's going to kind of fold the letter,
Mm-hmm.
and then pocket it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And he's going to nod to Sandro. I'll give it some more thought.
I support you in whatever choice you make. Sort of just grabs back of your head, kisses your forehead. sips more coffee. I'd say Casimir comes down, and everybody else comes down as well. So Whistle, Echinacea, Kalen, Dorlin wakes up on the couch, just my back.
You didn't want to sleep there?
Well, I just conked out, you know? Sometimes you just pass out and you just stay where you were. That's fine.
In the future, would you like me to levitate you to your room?
If you're up and you feel like you can, yes, please. And if the situation was switched, well, Kalen's strong. He could probably carry you. He throws up 2 pool noodles. I wouldn't be much help.
I'll tell you what, we can start working on cantrips and then we'll work our way up. Mage Hand is like there are some through lines between Mage Hand and Levitate.
Casimir sort of nods in response to you, Echinacea. Yes, it could be quite easy to learn something like a Mage Hand, or I think that would be wise. Good first lesson. I need Zio, Whistle, Echinacea. Give me an insight check on Dorlin as he looks from Echinacea to Casimir.
Wow. 8.
16.
Okay.
17 plus 2 for 19.
Ooh.
Looks at Echinacea with nothing but love. The expression sours when it comes to Casimir.
Oh.
Oh! Whoop!
Do I get that with an 8?
It's an 8, yeah, absolutely. It's a little below average, but I think the sourness, especially on someone like Dorlin, it's not his usual expression.
I'm gonna say with an 8, Echinacea doesn't know where it's directed.
That's fair. That's more than fair. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, that'd be awesome.
I'm excited to teach you. Did Dolores? Did she come? Is she?
Casimir nods. The last people who went to the humble abode were you 3.
Dorlin, you have that sending stone that can just contact anyone?
Yep.
Can I borrow it?
Sure. Here you are.
Kanisha realizes I don't know what to say. Dolores, I'm so sorry to bother you. Are you alive and well?
Dolores is sleeping yet. She'll be up in probably about 45 minutes. I'll send
as long
her.
as she's fine. Oh,
I'll send her
nice of
your
you.
way once I'm done with her.
Oh my goodness, you two take your time.
Oh, we did. Click.
I wish Echinacea had the negative feelings that the rest of the party knows to have. They are just like hot home. Oh wow, no, this is great. Okay, good. Have a good one.
No response.
She's fine.
All right. Casimir just sort of, she sounds fine. Darlin's like, oh, coffee! Sort of runs to the table and like scoots in. Just,
Zio has been
have some?
Zio has been in the little corner just kind of making everyone cups.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dorlin will kind of squeeze the top of your hand after you hand off the cup. Thank you very much. This smells. Oh wow.
Oh. You're welcome.
You see the little springtime flowers completely bloom. Like once he takes a sip, like he's just elated.
He's a little princess.
Yes.
Dorlin is a
Disney princess.
Yeah.
Echinacea just captures the image of Dorlin and Zio, I think, framed in this light in the space that Io made yesterday with like the steam around them.
Mm-hmm.
And having seen Kalen's drawing and remembering Lazuli's, Echinacea like, I can't draw. I'll figure out how to make this.
Yeah.
One day.
How is Whistle looking?
He's all right. I think he kind of comes down, makes his way over and grabs some coffee.
Yeah. Zio's
I
like,
think he's pretty stone faced. Yeah.
is that extra strong for you?
Thank you, Zio.
How's your head?
It's been better, but I'll survive. And at least I've got good company in there. Do we have anything on the agenda for today?
Zio hasn't gotten a response back from Io, right?
I'd say if it's been over an hour, yeah, you'll get working on some projects today. Could we meet this evening? As like a question?
Yeah.
Okay. And she says that he can come by whenever. She'll just be working, but they can spend the time if Zio desires. Declan does send a response, and it's just understood.
Yeah. Zio will look over to Asandra and says, well, I've heard about a potential interest in spirit calling.
Yes, I met a potential new student by the name of Videl.
Adele?
Videl, Videl.
Videl. And it seems like he is interested in spirit calling. And Asandra, he's interested in teaching.
It's been a
That's
while.
amazing.
Well, and I thought Zio, being my prized pupil, could maybe help me a little bit if you'd like.
Preens.
Yeah. Nikolai, just sort of to you, Whistle. Yes, what is on the docket for us today? He does speak outwardly. The dagger just...
Yeah. Whistle's gonna just, in the Mind Palace, just to Nikolai, Whistle's gonna say,
I do have Lucian's money to go spend.
Ah, spending the money of one Lucian Whitmore. Perfect.
It's always fun.
No, this is said privately.
yeah, this is
Oh, I see.
just in the Mind Palace.
Yes, busy work.
Oh.
Understood. That's what's said outwardly.
Well, so yesterday, Warren has a corpore attached to him, and I think Zio, you heard this. He has a brother who is unwell, and I am a doctor who can heal both mundane and magical ailments. And so I told him that I could help him. So I would like to do that sometime today. But the timing I don't think matters. And then maybe I can also learn about his corpore, Elle, who's also missing memory. So I feel especially compelled to help her and maybe learn about the Shadowfell rift that she probably came from. That seems worth doing. But I also know that you two have very pressing investigating to do here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There is kind of the undercity, seedier area that we learned about.
There's the undercity, seedy area. There's also the Ironclad with Muse. But you know that wouldn't really be something that's open until late into the night. I mean, it's a speakeasy. It's a speakeasy.
Started at midnight, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah,
Remember?
correct. Yep, you remember correctly. So that's not something you guys can really tackle until after the day is done.
Yeah.
The undercity element you could explore pretty whenever. But it's more so what you guys want to accomplish today. You have a lot of options, and obviously I know that Whistle, you're wanting to look into alloy-born stuff, and then I know, Zio, you said you wanted to research Kata too, correct?
Yes, at some point, researching kata.
Not
for
saying
sure.
that has to be done
Mhm.
today, but
Yeah.
just I know it's been a while since we put the goals in, so I just wanted to reaffirm some things.
I think Zio's response to Echinacea is, I did message Io that I'd like to speak to her, but I also want to make sure to, and then looks over at Sandro with this very sort of fond expression and say, I think it's time for me to give a little bit of help in return for all the help that Sandro has given me.
That makes sense to me. We could. So Whistle, what? So, I would like to help Warren's brother at some point today. Zio and Asandro and Vidal are going to Spirit Call, and we all have research to do. What did you want to do today?
I have one small errand to attend to down at the docks. But
I'm going to the docks. That's where Warren is.
we can go together then.
Okay.
Okay. So we could all maybe meet back at Larwith and then do our research until tonight and then go to the Ironclad. Just read my notes, not stare at everyone's faces like they're going to give me answers.
Ironclad.
I've got it written here.
I'll probably see what Io's doing after we finish with Spirit Calling, but I would like to go to the Ironclad.
Okay. All right. So as you guys kind of iron out your plan, there is a knock on the door.
Draw my sword. I'm just playing.
Casimir casts Fireball.
Oh my God, in the house!
Isandro does stand up and just, I think that might be my guest. Who are you?
Who are you? You're kind of Kalen.
I don't know what's happening. I think that might be my guess. And Isandro peeks through. I imagine this has a little peephole. And it is. Opens it, and all of you see this 6'7" furbolg individual with the...
Why so tall?
He's a furbolg. He's giant kid, essentially.
Yeah.
With this sort of like steely blue skin and this bright blonde hair that's sort of like in a short cropped forward look. These long like cow-like ears with the, pretty typical furbolg, big nose, strong jaw, some mutton chops coming down, wearing attire very close to Zio's, actually. A lot of sashes, a lot of Isle-born patterning here. This array of like blues, purples, reds, with a book on the side and a medallion just sort of like strong on their chest. Oh, wow. No, that's a lot of people. Hi there. I am Vidal. Whoa. I'm just looking to Spirit Call. That's it. That's it.
Hello.
I think Whistle just kind of looks him up and down over the brim of his coffee mug.
Hi there.
Morning.
That's it.
Oh, is that Al Coffee?
Welcome in.
Yeah, it's Isle Coffee.
Mind if I get some?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Zio.
Hi there, Zio. Put her there. Actually, come here. Squeezes you, Zio. Gives you a big hug. I hear that you are the beloved.
Oh. Yeah.
It
blushes. It's like, ooh.
And a hell of a spirit caller in your own right. I hope I can learn a thing or two from you.
I'm still learning myself, but Sandra is an incredible teacher.
Well, that I can
Keeps
say.
it to themselves in more ways than one. Anyways.
He says, well, if you guys want to get started, I'm ready.
Coffee first?
Coffee first.
Yeah, Zia will make Vidal a cup and immediately start asking questions about like where in the Isle are you from and like sensing it, just like knowing it.
you begin to talk, and I'll give you those answers, but we're going to jump over to Dolores. As you wake up in the morning, there's already coffee in hand. And Sophia's just kind of sitting across from you in a very large, like a high back, comfy chair, completely nude, just legs crossed, looking at you, smiling.
Sorry, I was so on edge last night.
I loosened you up right quick. It's all right. You feeling a little better?
Suppose this is the best case scenario.
Hey, you won. It's a hell of a best case scenario. And again, I am sorry for putting you in that position to begin with. I shouldn't have. It's my fault. And I own that. I own that.
Thank you for finding me last night.
You looked like you were struggling before you left. I wasn't going to leave you alone. What are you doing today?
Well, I asked Milo to reach out to one of the sponsors who wanted me to come to this masquerade later, but there's a tournament happening sooner. I'd have better chances if I had a sponsor. So I'll be doing some recon. She looks at her hand, her Divanthier enhanced arm. But I have to get better first if I really have a chance.
Oh, you've got a
I have to get this under control. A winning chance.
I'll tell you what. Look into experts at playing it. Like, I don't know how to fix your problem, Dolores. My brain is not built for shit like that. My fists are built for punching, and that's about it. I'm not an intelligent woman.
That's a lie.
Well, thank you for saying so. What about those new friends you got?
I may have scared him off, but something tells me that they know more and are doing weird big things.
Well, you know what's a weird big thing? Rifts and bleeds.
They mentioned it on the first day.
They did.
Yesterday.
You got them to jump into a deathmatch with you. Maybe you can get them to help you with that. They seem like the goody two-shoes types. Willing to put themselves on the line for someone else. And listen, I know a killer when I see one. That whistle fella? Listen, that's a killer.
Says he's not.
All right. You don't magically become not a killer when you stop murdering. You're still a killer.
When did you first see it in yourself?
What? The killer? Come on, we gotta get that deep right now.
You made me coffee. You don't have to.
I recognized the killer within me when I realized wanted to live so badly. Being raised in orphanages here, it's kill or be killed. You know what? When the head of the orphanage decided that kids didn't get much on their plate, I took it. When he decided that the money he was getting to fund said orphanage went to gambling, I stole it from him. When I got caught, I decided in that moment that my life, my potential was far more valuable than his. And I stand on that. He had a chance. He wasted it. He kept wasting it. And he was wasting it on shit that affected 50 lives. Now, I'm not some hero or martyr or whatever. I also did it because I fucking hated the guy. But at the core of it, sometimes your life is far more important than someone else's.
I didn't feel like I was more important than Tobias, but I knew the way he looked at me, that he would make killing me his entire reason for living. And he made it his reason to die. And I gave that for him.
You and I both know that if Tobias lived, he would have hunted you until his last days. You just expedited the process. He got what he asked for. Nobody gets to look down on you for delivering it.
Why do you have to pick a fight with me in the first place? Okay, I probably picked a fight.
You picked the fight with him. It was actually the other way around, sweetheart. That concussion is really getting to you.
I never found the guy who did it. Person. I don't know if it's...
We'll find them.
To be honest, it's a bit on my to-do list.
Well?
Just hasn't been a high priority, and I don't know where to start.
Well, you got people that look into big, strange things. Maybe they can help you unearth this big and scary thing. Who's gonna help you? Not us.
Did Sophia tell Dolores about the sending?
Oh yeah, she would have.
Okay.
And your new friends are looking for you. I told them you were occupied. You were still sleeping, but man, if you want to meet up with them, you should probably head out sooner than later.
Thanks for your help. You need anything while I'm out?
No.
All right. When's your next fight?
Tonight.
I'll be there.
I'll be sure to put on a show. All right.
She gives her a kiss and then puts on the duster and leaves.
You head out. Okay. With that, we're going to take our last break here. We'll take our last break, and then we'll pick up with the crew. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out, chilling. We'll see you shortly. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Echinacea came to consciousness kneeling before Magus Arcanum agents in the smoldering Kaelkirk streets. No memories remained in their skull, except one, their hand ripping the heart out of the Arcanum agent Valor. Echinacea was taken into custody by none other than Valor's husband, the notorious Casimir. After a month in solitary confinement, Casimir's intrusion into Echinacea's mind revealed that the false memory of killing Valor was planted by the Winter Court Fey Queen Coliata. Casimir uncovered a true memory hidden beneath the false one the night Echinacea met their husband, Lorien Belnades Larethian. Despite discovering Echinacea's innocence, the Arcanum refused to release them, keeping them locked in Casimir's tower. Until the day the Oracle of Aldengate revealed that Lorien did battle against Coliata upon the site of a Shadowfell rift over half a century ago. There, Lorien was defeated by the looming shadow Eadwulf. Eadwulf, an undead corruptor Corboray controlled by the Winter Fey Queen, consumed Lorien and turned him into the Vildraven, a monster sworn to hunt the line of Larethian to extinction. The Oracle mercifully freed Echinacea after the revelation. Upon leaving the warded halls of the Arcanum, Echinacea learned that they are a fate touched of Minri, goddess of magic. With Minri, Echinacea crafted items of power called preludes, which grow based upon the chosen paths of the wearers. With time, Echinacea grew to love the fated, adopting Lazuli as their sister, advocating on Lucian Whitmore's behalf for restorative justice, befriending fellow Arcanum victim Monroe, and falling head over heels with the runaway Zendrixian prince, Kaelin Vryn. With luck, Echinacea learned that they are bound to a phoenix, allowing the wizard to cast primordial restoration magic. They use this to heal enemies and allies alike, eschewing death hags and the ruinous god Silence locked away in Aosha's core. With rage, Echinacea learned vital information. Coliata's mind is not her own. She is a victim, controlled by the cursed sword Rhyme, created by the deceptive god Kervaith. Braving the lands of eternal winter in northern Shenthir, Echinacea finally faced the Vildraven. In the midst of their battle, Echinacea offered Eadwulf a new pact. Join Echinacea and bring Kervaith to justice for all the suffering the god has caused. Eadwulf accepted, leaving Lorien free to recuperate, offering Kaelin the Vildraven's mythic blade, the Song of Arvindor, and taking up residence in Echinacea's mind. Together, the two have braved many perils, closing a Shadowfell rift with the aid of Lucian Whitmore, recovering 50 years of memory with the help of another Corboray, meeting their brother, Dorlin, dying by Lord Tarvish's hand, being brought back to life by Lazuli. With their life reclaimed, Echinacea got to work, reforging the Song of Arvindor into Kaelin's Oathblade Truthseeker, facing their deepest fears of imprisonment and loss of self in the Sivaholm catacombs, reuniting with their forgotten love and unwitting betrayer Thandor, who remains bound in a pact to serve Kervaith, transforming into a seraph, freeing a goddess bound by the gods Silence, Kervaith, and Ruin's Eye. Echinacea now seeks to reclaim the rest of their memories, to save Coliata from Rhyme's influence, to free Thandoril from his pact, to close the rifts that scar Tolesh, to dismantle the Magus Arcanum, to confront Kervaith, to break the silence.
Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter, was born and raised among the Iron Legionnaires to be a soldier, a tool for conquest. A veteran of numerous campaigns against the Scorched Isles, Whistle earned the recognition of the draconic captain Isradon of the Alaric, a mighty Titan-class ship. Steadily climbing the ranks of the Alaric's crew and garnering a reputation for efficiency, Whistle was eventually charged to lead a covert mission. He was tasked with leading a team to steal a Divanthier tome from the famous Larwith Academy in Drukamesh. His life changed when on a mission, he was compromised by the only thing his grooming amongst the Legionnaires could never prepare him for. He fell in love. Whistle's budding affections for Nikolai, a Divanthier scholar at the Academy, blossomed into a romance that threatened his entire mission. Everything came to a head when Nikolai attempted to stop Whistle's team as they secured the Divanthier tome. Nikolai was shot by Whistle's ally, Lord Tarvish, and as he died in Whistle's arms, something miraculous happened. Nikolai's soul was imbued into a Divanthier dagger that the two men had bonded over during their brief time together. Since then, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaire objectives and his team from the Alaric mission. Tricking Lord Tarvish into believing he had the Divanthier tome, Whistle sent his crew back to the Alaric. Now isolated from his former crew, he has dedicated himself to discovering a means of restoring Nikolai. After encountering the Fated and witnessing their crusade against the great evils that threaten the world, Whistle has found allies to aid him on the path to redemption and acceptance. It was not long before Whistle learned that he is the subject of a Divanthier prophecy, a leader destined to unite the Ally-born and save his love in the process. Unfortunately, the trick Whistle played on his Legionnaire crewmates only bought him so much time. After a failed attempt to retrieve the book by Viper's Hand mercenaries, Whistle's Alaric crewmates took matters into their own hands and attacked members of his new party. Whistle arrived in time to watch Lord Tarvish kill Echinacea. Falling back on his Legionnaire training, Whistle cleaved the gunman in twain without a word. Navigating the strife caused by using Nikolai to kill, Whistle set about seeking redemption. Having been crafted a prelude by Echinacea, seeking training from the Golden Dragon Helgon the Gildenfire and the Winter Court Knight Uldiel, Whistle found himself taking steps down the path of the Protector. In doing so, Whistle promised Zio that he will take the burden of killing upon himself should the need arise. Whistle's role as a protector found him ensnared in a deal with Isradon to claim a new lair on his captain's behalf. In an act of desperation, Whistle offered Isradon the abandoned keep Sivahome, the meeting place of the forces of the Eclipse of the Three, the vile gods Kervaith, Ruin's Eye, and the Silence known as Vaemir. In the Sivahome catacombs, Whistle the Protector came face to face with Whistle the Legionnaire. Suffering under the weight of his past, Whistle was forced to relive the choices that made him into a killer, until finally coming face to face with a cruel vision of his father. In that moment, the sight of Lazuli under attack broke Whistle free of the past. The Protector persevered, buoyed by the faith of his party and his love for Nikolai. Now, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaires and thus earned the ire of his former draconic master. Days after retreating from Sivahome, Whistle found himself confronted by the adult Red Dragon and the reconstituted Lord Tarvish. Battle quickly ensued, during which Whistle was felled by Lord Tarvish's hand. In death, Whistle found himself face to face with an endless field of weapons and a godly entity, an icon known as the Maiden of Blades. she affirmed that Whistle is a protector. When Lazuli came to bring Whistle back to life, he accepted, returning to lead his party through a harrowing escape from the dragon Isradon. Thus, Whistle's connection to the Iron Legionnaires was severed. For the first time in his life, Whistle is a free man.
Seeing here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Gnome Realms Tolesh. I'm a dinger.
Ew, boo, tomato, tomato, tomato. Sorry.
Did you say
I don't
armadillo?
Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger.
From Archivist.
I'm so sorry. I don't like him.
Jace, my boy.
Ooh.
So, you sit in the humble abode with Asandro and Vidal, who are both just kind of conversating. You're asking a lot of questions of like, where are you from? And, you know, all of that. And, I'm from the capital. So in and out, busy. But I've been away for a while.
Is it on your own journey out, or
I wasn't banished or nothing.
no?
That's what you're
That's what
asking.
I'm saying. You know,
No.
just kind of like how most of us younger ones will leave.
Yeah, I came to Drukimesh to explore higher education, and I got what I was looking for. And now it's always an opportunity to learn something new.
Do you By any chance, have you met Io Marino?
Isle Marino. Don't sound familiar to me. No.
My twin sister. Obviously, she's also from the Isles. But,
2 of you.
yeah.
Wow. Twins are something special. There's magic in twins.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. They do that weird telepathy thing. You guys do that?
It's not like actual telepathy. It's more so like a sense.
Like telepathy.
Well, I've done telepathy before. Echinacea, you met them earlier. They put us all in like this sort of mental room where we all can talk to each other. And I've had the capabilities of using that type of magic before. It's different. It's Io and I, it's like there's a sensation. There's a conversation that we can have with each other without having to speak words.
Zio, I'm pulling your tail. I know you don't actually have telepathy.
Oh, okay.
But hey, I love how passionate you are. That's a good thing. How long have you been in Ukes?
24 hours.
How are you liking it so far?
Less, actually. How do you like Olkes, Vidal?
Answering a question with a question. A classic whodunit. Okay, well, I like it enough. I think that, much like any place, there's a lot of room for improvement. But I've come to call it a second home.
Okay, then I will keep my opinions to myself.
You're allowed to not like what other people like.
But I don't want to be rude about it.
I'm in your home. You can technically say whatever you want.
It's okay.
Well, I hope...
There's some things that don't need to be verbalized. And
Well,
I'm quickly learning that.
fair enough. You don't have to state your opinion, but I would love to hear about what colored it.
Zia looks at Asandro, kind of like, is it a kind in the sort of sense of like, this is going to be your student, right? And like,
Yeah.
and
Sandro doesn't like stop you from saying anything, right? He's not like, I wouldn't, you know. He just kind of
does he have any sort of hesitation, or like does he like
no hesitation. I think it's important, at least for Asandro, because you're both technically students, right? Speak to each other in earnest, speak to each other as peers. I think that there's nothing that he really is like, no, yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah. It's more so also that like, yes, we are both students and everything, but I think there's a different edge to what Isandro and Zio have.
Sure,
There's an
absolutely.
intimacy there. So like
Absolutely.
Zio's like, doesn't see any hesitation or anything, so just kind of like, okay. Well, particularly the automata.
I think that's fair. It's jarring.
Yes, it is. Especially having met other alloy-born who act and emote and exist on a different type of state of being.
Alloy-born is an interesting phrase. I don't think I've heard it before. Where does that come from?
Alloy? Oh, is that not a known thing in Olkes?
I mean, call them Warforged.
Warforged, okay. Maybe it's just the people that I'm with more often.
Fair enough. Yeah, It's sad to see people get comfortable with something like the automata. I can absolutely understand that. Well,
Yeah. I also suffer, unfortunately, from the bias of having a very high esteem of the Scorched Isles and a high approval of the Scorched Isles. And maybe it's not as perfect as it might be to some other folks.
well, I mean that's the thing. No place is perfect, right? Can't be.
Yeah.
But hey, I don't fault you for your opinions of Volcast. That's fair. Isandra just sort of looks. Shall we get started?
Actually, very curious as to how it is that you came to be interested in spirit calling, especially here.
Well, I've been familiar with Amine since being in the Isle, since being back where my roots are planted. I've known about them, read stories about them, but I'm always looking to learn something new, and I think it's important to respect the teachings that come from the place I call home. It's an important thing.
Zio looks at Sandra and smiles.
Sandra is smiling in return. Sandra just sort of, well, it's a good thing that this is a large place with lots of Omni in need. We have a lot of work to get started on. But first, listening. And he starts to give the same spiel that Zio you've heard 100 times over. So you guys kind of head out and begin to listen for Amine. Okay. Whistle, Echinacea. Have you guys left yet, or are you preparing to leave?
I think I don't know if does Echinacea have anything back
They
in the
will
abode?
just, yeah, I think they will just invite, really, they'll invite Oldiel as they think that she might be interested in Corbury. And then they'll invite Kaylin and Casimir and Dorlin too. Like, I think that knowing that we're going to Larwith after this, they're like, so after I take care of this business, we can maybe start your wizardry lessons. And I mean, Kaylin, if you're interested, magical healing.
I can always make use of a library.
Curious man.
and Uliel, I would love to go. I think it is very important to start sniffing out the trail. There's this.
From what I gather. Oh, you first.
No. Just saying that there's this like resolution on her face. You know, like we're only getting closer to our shared goal. Yeah.
I don't want to disappoint you just ahead of time. It sounds like this Corpore has been around for 150 years on the material plane. So if she is connected to Kuliata, it will have been prior to when I ran into her. But that could be helpful, and it would be useful to know A, if there's a Shadowfell rift in Drukmesh, and B, if Kuliata was involved.
Whether she is tied to Kuliata or not, she has 150 years of experience existing on the material plane. I think either way, whether it's tied to what we know or not, what we want to know or not, it will be useful information to gain. Uldiel does smile. Casimir's just, no, I could do with the library. Dorlin does kind of let out a little scoff. Just, okay, yep, we should go.
Okay.
That
You
will-
don't have to if you don't want to, Dorlin.
I'll prompt another insight check here.
Okay. Not nat 20.
Okay. No. You're a little hungover, and Nikolai is in your ear, just like, it's all right. Just don't focus on the headache. I'm doing what I can. I know it's throbbing. I am so sorry, sweetheart. I am so sorry. Your head is like, wah, 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 wah,
Yeah.
wah, wah. Drink water.
As he brings his fourth cup of coffee to his mouth.
Echinacea, with a 20 you don't take home to mom. You can see that scoff is very clearly in Casimir's direction, and that it is anything that he says is kind of immediately dismissed or met with anger from Dorlin. That's very clear.
Echinacea puts that one, slots that one in for when they have a private moment. They're like,
Yeah.
okay, I'll remember that.
Aedwulf is like,
I'll get to the bottom of that.
oh shit. That's
Shit,
not good.
what?
I mean, that's
What?
not good.
Do you know what that's about?
No. What would I know? I'm just saying uh-oh.
You might have more insight.
I've been with you the whole time. No, I don't have any
I
more
know,
insight.
but you're better at people than me, Aedwulf.
I don't know. But I don't know. My first instinct is usually to bite them.
That's fair.
We meet a lot of biteable people.
That's very true.
That's also true.
I will say, so you guys do have Whistle, Echinacea, Dorlin, Kaelin, Casimir. And
Uldiel.
Uldiel. God.
A crew.
A crew. You guys do
Squad up.
make your way forward, and it's going to take a little bit of time getting to the docks. But I will say, given the city's trolley system, you guys do find a place to go, and we'll say organically at this trolley system, that's where you end up finding Dolores. And Dolores, you head forward to see the crew with a crew.
A familiar face.
You called?
Just to see if you're okay. And it sounded like you were, so good. That's good.
What is this crew up to?
Oh,
I've got some business down by the docks.
yes, Whistle's being secretive. I'm going to try to heal the brother of one of the fighters from last night.
Who and what do I know of the docks, Alec? I feel like I got connections.
Yeah, you actually absolutely have connections. You know the dockmaster well. He is an orcish individual by the name of
How do you spell that?
so
That's a really
orcish
name.
Listen, David named someone Wubba Dub Dub.
That's true.
You gotta ask.
An orcish dockmaster by the name of Yura, Yura. He has specifically helped you kind of pilfer in some goods over to the Crimson Mask. He's allowed you and Milo and Sophia to kind of use the dock as like a free little personal export.
And do I know about the sick brother?
You've heard stories. Warren's only fought twice, but you've heard whispers that the reason he's doing it is to aid his family. So pieces are more coming together about that for you.
Do I know that it was probably from a planar bleed?
Given what you've heard, like kind of in this permanent stasis, yeah.
Okay. Well, seeing as I am in your all's debt, and you saved my life, last night. I know a few people down there could help you out, if you'd like.
Connections would be useful.
Two very different responses, but both agreed.
Yeah.
She puts her hands in her pockets, like, kind of... She's very, Spike from Cowboy Bebop coded sometimes in her stance. Like, a little hunched over, but, like, a little bit of a swagger. And she walks kind of as your all shadow.
Okay.
Dolores, why don't you lead the way? Yo, familiar.
Dolores falls to the back and is like, oh shit, right, I live here.
Yep, so she leads the way.
Easy enough. We'll expedite travel. It takes you guys probably like an hour and a half to make
Just
it.
a flavor thing, nothing like dialogue wise, but just as we're going, Echinacea will be pointing at things and talking about like what the thing used to be. Like, that was a bakery and now it's a patisserie, and that seems like a very minor difference. And like as they are like pointing out the way that things were, they're seeing in the reflections of every like shop window themselves with Thandaril, with Lorien, with Ithril, and just like having this very wild travel.
Just crazy experience, absolutely. Okay. Over the course of the next hour and a half, you guys arrive at the docks. It's bustling. It's quite busy. You guys very much see people boarding things onto boats. You see crews moving very quickly to like pack up boxes, load them up. You see the dockmaster, Yura. Dolores, you're able to point him out pretty quickly. Very tall, muscular, but portly man, bald on the top of his head, with this long beard that's sort of braided down. He's just wearing like a white tunic and like these tall leather pants and boots. He has a duster that's a lot shittier than yours, but it's kind of thrown over. You imagine it was at one point like maybe a captain's jacket. It is no longer it no longer garners that level of respect. But yeah. So you guys see him, and yeah, how do you approach?
What's he doing?
Right now, he's pretty much just ordering people around, kind of telling them, hey, this box needs to go here. These things need to go in here, and they need to be loaded onto that ship now. So he's essentially just giving instruction.
She'll lean against whatever, pillar or whatnot, and observe for a little bit and have everybody hang back. And then listens for the orders, and if there's a task that she can pick up and do, she also assists, whether it's moving some equipment or rope, trying not to distract him, and if there's something that she can do to help out and catch his attention while also assisting.
Okay, absolutely. I say it's easy for you to kind of swoop in and take up any sort of boxes and load them up, and Yura kind of looks and just, Dolores! Hello, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
Work more like Dolores. God damn it. What can I do you for?
Well, met some friends, and I think they may need a favor or two. You mind talking to him?
Favor? Broad daylight. Goodness.
I don't know if it's a shady one.
It's not usually how it goes. What can I do? But yes, I will happily meet your friends.
All right. She waves everyone over, specifically Whistle. This is Whistle, Echinacea. I don't remember anybody else's name.
Orlin, Casimir, Galen, Uldiel. Ding, ding, ding.
And company. yeah.
Yura's just like, hello, good to meet you all. What can I do for you? I am Yura, by the way, the dockmaster of these docks.
Good morning, Yura.
Good morning.
I have a commission that I'm hoping to see through. Can you point me in the direction of someone who could possibly help me in the construction of this?
And he's going to hand over a parchment to Yura.
Okay.
What's that?
And strategically block Echinacea.
Echinacea's very nosily, like, but they're too short. They're like,
Shit. Okay. You're a disco. Holy shit. Okay.
It's a custom design, so
I can see that. You're going to want to talk to our carpenter by the name of Chorus. You can find her in our main office over there. Elderly Leonin woman.
thank you.
You are welcome.
It's most helpful.
Sort of nods like, no, she will be excited about that.
I think as we're walking over, I imagine, we're passing a few, projects that are already like ships under construction and stuff like that.
Yep.
And as we're making our way towards the Leonin, Whistle's going to say,
I figured, while it is convenient to travel around via teleportation, sometimes we might need something a little bit more present. So, Lucian and I had a bit of an idea, you see.
you two tend to have very good ideas. You're being very sneaky about it, so I won't pry if you don't want me to, because I love you. Struggling.
before we finally meet the shipwright, Whistle's going to hand the parchment over to Echinacea.
What?
You see the plans for an airship.
What? Echinacea's holding it upside down, but is still impressed.
Mm-hmm.
Would make traveling around, since we are intercontinental now.
How?
Known realms, intercontinental.
Yeah.
Known Realms Intercontinental. This is amazing. This is amazing. You commissioned this? What do you
Not
mean?
yet, but
But you...
hoping to. And Lucian agreed to pay for it.
Screaming, dude.
Oh, God. Speaking of which, Lucian says hello and he misses you.
Oh, if you see him, the same.
Yes.
And yeah, we're gonna go in and see if we can find this Leonin.
Okay. Yeah. Easy enough to make your way in. And you see exactly what was described: an elderly Leonin woman sitting on a desk with an array of parchment, lots of pencils sort of sketching out different designs. She has a very long mane of bright red. It's sort of braided gently over the shoulder. She looks a lot more akin to a grandmother figure than a shipwright ready to build this ship. But you can tell that she's down to business. She knows what she's doing, and she's preparing it very well. She sort of looks upward and just pushes these very small circular glasses up the bridge of her feline nose and just, "Good afternoon. How can I help you?"
Good afternoon. My name is Whistle, and these are my friends.
Ah, hello. What can I do you for?
I have some business, a commission that I would like to propose.
Oh, a commission. It has been a while since I've taken one, but I would love to see what you're thinking of.
Yes, this one on behalf of Lord Whitmore of Iothalor.
Lord Whitmore. Hasn't been one of those in a minute. All right.
Whistle's gonna spread out the parchment on the table for her.
Well, you must think very highly of me, sir. This is quite the creation.
I'd love to say so, but you're the first shipwright I've met, so...
Ah, well, the best, by no doubt.
Do you think you could do it?
I can do it. I would just need time. And
Excellent.
to hire a crew, but I have some very eager to work on something like this.
And rest assured, Lord Widmore will pay handsomely.
Oh, good. I don't expect to build an airship free. I will start looking for a crew. And once payment is received, I will start.
That sounds more than fair.
Did Whistle... I didn't get like a writ or bag of money from Lucian or anything, did I?
Yeah, he gave.
Did I?
Oh, he said.
He gave me-
He said call him and he'll send the money.
Okay.
He said he'll have it speedy curried. That's right.
Okay.
I forgot he said some stupid shit like that.
Whistle will turn to Echinacea and say,
Well, if you happen to see Lucian, would you mind passing along a message for me?
I'll let him know tonight. Whistle. You're going to make our home in the sky.
Yeah. It'll also be useful if we ever have to,
Fight
Wow.
a dragon.
yes.
Yeah, true.
I'm really glad that you
doesn't
didn't have to
think-
do the insight check, yeah.
Real. If we fight a dragon.
Well, I'm going to ward our home in the sky to hell and back. This is incredible.
While you're doing that, we should also have yourself and Zio think of a name.
You? What do you mean? You? This is you. This was your secret.
You is an odd name for a ship, but if that's what you want.
Whistle?
Jesus Christ. And we'll
Whistle.
stop back in to see Zio quick. As Zio, what I want you to do is give me an insight check to just gauge the emotional spectrum of the Amine around you. That feels fair to you.
That's so 15.
Yeah, okay, perfect. This is actually an Amine you've not met before. This particularly is a... sorry?
Just to make sure, where are we at right now? Because I'm not with the group.
You're not with the
So-
group. In town, do you have the map up?
I did not. Let
That's-
me go ahead and put it up.
No, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine.
Mhm.
Guess what, Angie? Neither did I.
Well, look at
Shaking
that.
hands. So you guys have ventured. I will say you're not far off from the docks.
Okay.
So you guys probably spend a good amount of time walking through the city. You guys will have arrived closest to Rorstead. So you guys are in this outer ring. Yep, let me ping it right here. So the big old number 13.
Oh, I don't know
Can you
why
move
I have
all of us to that map?
Oh yeah, you guys
Yeah,
are still
I'm
on
on
you
the
guys are
battle
still on
map.
the battle map. It's because I'm a dumbass.
No, you're not.
Okay, right here.
Got it. So by 13?
By 13, right by right where Whistle is. And it's pretty clear to see that Rorstead is a community. It looks to be very much like a residential district. And you kind of moving through here, you're able to see kind of what Antigua was talking about, where in this most outer ring of the city, you can see disparity pretty openly. There's not a lot of forge guard out here. There's stores that are kind of boarded up and like closed down. You don't see nearly the amount of automata that you do within the inner rings of the city. So yeah, you see the populace is vast. There are a lot of people here, but they very much are not within the eye of the crown.
So Westgate itself is just another little community then, and it's all within Olkest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I see.
It's a big, and because the city-states of Drukamesh are that city-states. They're vast, almost countries in and of themselves. So Olkest is fucking huge.
Yeah.
Massive.
Okay. I have the visual now. I'm going to exit out of Roll20 because my computer is chugging.
No, that's fine. Who wrote Io again? David. Prison. But yeah, with a 15, you said?
Yes, 15.
You see, you look upwards as it's almost as if the glass itself begins to sort of shift and shake. Once being a natural thing, of course, the glass sort of shifts just as if it's beckoning.
I think Zio immediately points up to it and to get Isandro and Vidal's attention up there.
Isandro looks down and just nods. Great work.
And Zio is going to look at Vidal and say, "Do you have any way to fly?"
I got tricks.
Okay. And then Zio's going to click their little heels together and turn on their boots of flight, their wing boots. And they're going to fly up to where the glass is. And I'm assuming this is like the glass that's on, it all protects. It's like a big bird cage almost, right?
Pretty much.
Like a massive terrarium.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to zip up there to where they see the glass.
You see the glass, and you do talk to Vidal as you see as he shifts a little bit, and he cups his hands outward, and you see his two wind omine land in his hands. He's like, "Oh, I think I'm going to tend to these little guys quick." You see as he starts talking, but you and Isandro make your way up toward the building, and Isandro kind of looks at you. He seems to be a natural.
Yeah. That's a good thing. Yes. Zio starts sort of like sees that moment with Vidal.
Yeah.
And then Isandro's like sort of like agreement. And it's just having been the only student, there's always going to be a little bit of that sort of like comparison.
Yeah.
To Zio, it's been a little bit more of like a little bit more difficult to get to where they're at.
Yeah.
There was not, I don't think for Zio it was they would not have defined themselves as a natural.
No, definitely not. It was a learning process. It was absolutely a learning process.
And so like there's a moment of just like Zio seeing that and just kind of like, oh, and then
You make your way up to the window, and you see as the glass, it doesn't break, but you can see the being occupying it kind of slithers out like a snake. But like this snake that's just broken shards of glass. The glass does not cut, the glass does not impede, the glass does not wound, but it is just the form of this creature's existence as it sort of moves around to you and just...
Hello.
Hello.
Are you all right? Who did this to you?
It is the lack of people that has done this to me.
The lack.
You see that she is within a building that is boarded, that no one has entered in quite some time. I act as a window, people to look in, garner excitement. to see potentials, to see futures, to see things they can gain, things they can desire. But since this sort of like looks at the store, which looks like it was just some sort of like general goods store, something that people use all the time. Since it closed, no one sees those potential features. No one feels that desire. No one wants. I suppose I am lonely.
Lonely. Okay. I know the feeling. Is it just you? What about Are there any other Amine with you?
I am the only one here. The others gave up on the space. Much like the joy and hope I'd like to give others, I think it was just hard for me to leave this place.
And Zio has a moment of just thinking, there's probably so many others like this in this area, in this space, especially seeing the kind of desolation that there is.
A desolation.
And they take hold of this glass snake as best as they can. Just let it roam through their arm and skin. Let it sense, even if just for a brief moment, what it means to be in the company of another. And then they look up to Isandra and says, What's gonna happen when, or what does need to happen when we don't have the answers of what we can do?
We meet the need to the best of our ability. She sounds lonely. I know a place that is always busy with a lot of windows. He smiles.
Is that okay? Would you like to come with us?
Are there lots of people there?
Yes. And just to make sure
He's talking
that
about
I'm
the
thinking
humble
of, like,
abode.
the humble abode.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's like, there's always people there.
Oh.
Sometimes we do put it away. It's not up all the time. But when it is always warm and there's always people.
That is... I don't find joy in the fact that people are always there. I find the joy in the fact that they come back.
Perfect. What's your name?
Yes. I tend to call myself View.
View. That's beautiful. And Zio will let View kind of curl around their shoulder, similarly to Lulu, the way that snakes do when they're just continuously sort of like moving around, and looks up to Isandra again and just says, what happens when we can't do it for every single one of them?
We can only help the ones we can help. It is impossible for us to do everything. And that is why he does look toward the doll. Taking on more students is important. More to help. And you can see as Vidal releases two of the Wind Omine, who seem to be joyous after their meeting with him. After everything, it's good to know that we have allies.
Yeah. I'm scared for the future. I'm scared of what I have to do with Sandro, and I'm scared of what I would have to ask of the Amine.
Your fear is valid, and it is understandable. Knowing that you care is a good start, and we can only focus on that when it happens. I think it is hard to prepare for something so amorphous. But we are together. We have support. And
So, if you weren't there, but one of the people that we fought last night called me tranquil. I didn't really understand what that meant in the moment. It might not have meant anything.
But it shook you. Did this
Yes.
person die?
They chose to not be revived. Yes. I feel like an opportunity could have been lost there, and it hurts to think of it that way, too. Think of a person as an opportunity. But right now, spirit calling.
Well, seems that you've already helped this one.
Getting them a new home.
We are doing what we can.
Hmm?
All right. And Cassandra will kind of look to the both of you and just, well, I call that to finish on our first lesson for the day. Please, take the rest of your day and enjoy yourselves.
Zia will look at Vidal and says, I don't know about the others, but the humble abode is open to you if you want to come by.
Oh, well, I'm sure I'd love to come by sometime.
We can do more spirit calling together. I think it would be very beneficial for us to do, because you're very good at it. I wasn't that good at it when I started.
Well, maybe I can show you a few things. Kind of gets like a little cocky, just sort of like wiggles an eyebrow and just, all right.
Maybe you could.
Maybe I could. But he just nods. Yeah, of course. And yeah, all right. And where do you head, Zio?
I think
To Io, probably?
yes.
Okay, cool.
Zia will be heading to Io.
You make your way to Io. Okay.
Yeah, they make sure to even with Vidal being there in view, they will stand up their tiptoes and give Isandra a kiss
Perfect.
before they scamper off.
Kisses back, and you head out to see Io. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Back to the crew at the docks. We just met. What's her nuts?
Chorus.
Yep. I don't know why that completely just left my brain, but it did.
It left mine too. That's why I was just like the Leonin.
Yeah, Leonin grandma. But yeah, you guys absolutely got in the process of getting that airship commission started. And what's the next move here?
Dolores, do you happen to know where Warren lives?
You know that he stays in the barracks in a private room, Dolores, which is not far from where you are now. You'd be able to lead the party there.
Can take you there.
And are you, as they're walking, Echinacea is looking very shyly at Dolores. So, I want to apologize for last night. I walked into a space that is yours, thinking that I could make it my way. And aside from being untrue, it was just presumptuous.
Not my space any more than it is yours. It's the issue. Or non-issue, I suppose. The Crimson Mask is a place where you have as much control as you take. It's no problem, or attempt to take, I suppose. You saved my life, and you put on one hell of a show. I owe you. She doesn't say it like she truly feels in debt, but just to try to absolve her.
Yeah.
So who are we helping? She kind of is like
Gosh,
a diversion.
His name is Ellis. He is Warren's brother, and he seems to be suffering from a magical malady, which I am
I like that.
That's cute.
good at handling. I did alliteration on accident because I'm nervous. Yes.
I alliterate when I'm nervous.
Excuse me. I alliterate when I'm nervous. That's cute. Magical maladies, you say, are your... I can't rhyme. Or alliterate. With that. Specialty?
That's fine. I don't know what precisely it is, but the spell that I used to keep you and Whistle up last night, the one that did a lot of restoration very quickly, they're referring to heal.
Mm-hmm.
That can also cure an individual of any diseases that it's suffering. So if this is a disease, it will work, and if it is not, then I know it's not a disease, and I can go from there.
I see.
Why are you looking into healing? I know you have friends at the Crimson Mask who are also fighters, Sophia. That's really the only other name I got, but do you know someone who needs help?
He walks for a while. I suppose I do. But I don't know if you could help.
Is this... Oh, do you want to talk about it right now?
Not really.
Okay.
Well, we're on our way to help somebody else. We
Fair
can
enough.
talk later.
That's
But
good to know,
put
though.
a pin in it, Doc.
We'll put a pin in it, and my services are yours.
Very well. I continue to be in your debt.
Stop it. I don't like that at all.
Shut up.
She says it with a wink.
Shut up.
Whistle whispers to Dolores.
Yeah, get used to that.
Okay.
Eyebrows have been arched.
You guys make your way into the barracks, and Dolores, you lead them back in until you see the door that is Warren's. How do you approach?
Carefully. Sorry.
Okay,
I
understood.
don't think Echinacea is careful.
I don't know. It's just a joke.
This is his door?
It is.
Duck. Hello, Warren. It is Echinacea.
Oh, all right. One moment. You hear some some sounds as you moves through the room, but the door opens. You see Warren, hair down. He's wearing what looks to just be comfy attire. He doesn't seem to be doing anything today. And the interesting thing is when you look over to see his brother Ellis, who Ellis is sitting above, floating actually, above the bed, body completely locked in stasis. Arms are at the side. There's almost this like wave of energy moving in and out of his form. You can tell he's breathing, but the chest is rising so slowly it almost looks as if it isn't. There's no movement other than that. He almost has this silver outline as the energy just weaves in and out of him. And as Warren sort of looks at you, looks back at his brother, for a second, Ellis's eyes open and they are pure silver. And that's where we're going to end tonight's chapter of Known Realms, Tolesh. There's spooky investigation things.
That's kind of spoopy.
Hey, that's
kind of spoopy.
that's kind of scary. All right.
Is that a good sign that his eyes are opening? Is he feeling better?
Little wee
Doc?
scary.
That's really,
I didn't do
really
anything
freaky.
yet.
Thank you guys for hanging out. Let's go ahead and outro our players. Starting with Angie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Angie, they, them pronouns. I've been playing Zio Marino, he, they pronouns. You can find me online at Agonethetic. Wherever. Yeah, that's me.
Find them. Blue.
Hi, I'm Luke. I play Dolores of Inara. Both use she, her pronouns. You can find me at Luzelia art on Blue Sky, Luzelia _art on Instagram, and also GalaxyCon in Columbus, December 6th through the 8th. I'm Eeps. That's all, folks.
Thank you, David.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is David. I have been playing Whistle. Both he, him pronouns. You can catch me here as Whistle every Sunday. You can also catch me also on Tales Archived when January rolls around in some new stuff with another band of misfits. And then you can catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions, where I'm the game master of several Pathfinder 2nd Edition games.
Yams.
And that's me.
Thank you. Last but not least, Button.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I am Bluebluebutton on social media. And when I'm not in this game, you can find me in January in the same band of misfits on this channel. And when I'm not on this channel, I'm on another channel called Stealthy Elf Productions. And on that channel, you can find me in Unearthed Inheritance and in New World Rebellion. I don't know why this voice happened.
Yeah, why
That's
did you become Patty LaPone? What happened?
That was the bit from earlier.
Yeah, I just shifted.
Perfection. Hi
I
everybody.
got lost.
Where am I?
Where am I?
Hi everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I'm the Archivist here for Known Realms, Tolesh. You can also see me doing funky things come January here on this channel. And when I'm not here, you can find me as Jesus. You can find me as Jesus. Come, my child. As Fenris and Heroes of Asteria, Unearthed Inheritance over at Stealthy Elf Productions, as well as the voice in the walls, Nrim, in New World Rebellion. Thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out. We're going to throw you into a raid, so hold on to your butts. We're going to go see another TTRPG channel here. And we'll see you guys next week for Chapter 92. We're reaching that golden age, baby. All right. See you later. Bye.